Present, even though in absentia, but ably represented by his wife, Professor Monday T. Joshua. Please a round of applause for Professor Monday T. Joshua. Fearless, tactical, and blunt. It's the Chief Executive Officer and Registrar of JAM, Professor Ishak Oloide. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the young old man. Thank you. Chief Mike Swan, MON, Chairman, Governing Council, Federal Polytechnic, Wanune, Benue State. You're welcome from the beautiful river basket state of Benue. We welcome you, Chief Mike Swan. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, we'll also like to recognize former board chairman, Neco, Dr. Padi Njoko. Please, a round of applause. We'll also like to recognize the head of national former board chairman, Dr. Abubakar Sadiq. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for being here.
Dr. Abubakar Sadiq, immediate former board chairman of Neco, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome, Professor. Sound. Give us something light, sound.
Distinguished guests, we have in our midst Mrs. Philomary Akiode, representing Dr. Aminu Mohammed, Registrar, Chief Executive Officer of the National Business and Technical Examinations Board. Thank you very much for being here, ma'am. And we also like to recognize the CEO, Umalusi South Africa, President IAEA, Dr. Mafu S. Rakometsi. Thank you for being here, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Highly distinguished guests, while we wait for a brief moment, I'd like to crave your indulgence to be patient. We'll be starting very, very shortly. Can we have some light music, please? Thank you. Distinguished guests, we want to warmly recognize His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State. You know him as the Farmer Governor. Is here represented by Comrade Yakubu Garba, the Executive Officer of Neco, Professor Ibrahim Dantani Wushishi. His immediate family is here present in this hall. So please, can I hear a resounding applause for the family who continues to support the registrar? And please, may we kindly ask that when writing down these names for recognitions, can you please write it in a way for clarity's sake? Thank you. Thank you.
The President, Association for Educational Assessment in Africa, Dr. Esheti Kebede. It's in the house. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Esheti Kebede. The President, International Association for Educational Assessment, is Dr. Mafu Rakomesi, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Dr. Mafu Rakomesi. He's the President, International Association for Educational Assessment, IAEA. You are warmly welcome. In no time, we will commence this very celebration of excellence. A day set aside to travel into history, baked in sacrifice, commitment, and results. We are here celebrating 25 years of excellence in educational assessment. A story meant to be told in beautiful symphony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representing former registrar of Neco, John Oborodi, is his beautiful wife, Barrister Priscilla Berry Peribofa. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, would like to warmly recognize Dr. Robert Okorie, National President and COPS. Thank you so much for being here. We warmly recognize 7 directors of the National Examinations Council who are present here. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. I'm sure you're in the hall, so I want to hear a resounding applause. And also retired directors who are also present here in solidarity for this great milestone.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time we're waiting for is here. Announcing the arrival of the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, a distinguished guest of honor, a thinker in governance and a stabilizing force in leadership. At this point, can we rise as he is represented by Barrister Bashir Medugu, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Legal and Compliance, Office of the Vice President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we rise for the national anthem now, please? Thank you so much. The sound after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Chief Host, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, CON, Honorable Minister of Education, co-host Professor Sueba Said Ahmad, Honorable Minister of State for Education, our Royal Father of the Day, Dr. Alhaji Yaya Bakar, CFR Resunupe, Chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, our keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Pai Obanya, guest of honor, Dr. Mafu Rakomesi, President, International Association for Educational Assessment. Our guest of honor, Dr. Esheti Kebedi, President, Association for Educational Assessment in Africa. Our own convener, Professor Anthony Ibrahim Woshishi, Registrar, Chief Executive Officer. Heads of agencies, security chiefs, heads of institution, top directors at Neco, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, we welcome you to the 25 years of excellence in educational assessment. Today, we gather not merely to mark the passage of time, but to celebrate the legacy, 25 remarkable years of resilience, credibility, and excellence in educational assessment. This silver jubilee of the National Examination Council is more than an anniversary. It is a powerful testament to an institution that has shaped minds, defined standards, and strengthened the very foundation of our nation's future. From its bold inception in 1999 to its present status as a pillar of integrity and innovation, NECO's journey has been one of purpose and progress, touching millions of lives, opening doors of opportunities, and reinforcing the ideals of merit and fairness across our educational institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program is thoughtfully curated to reflect that journey, blending intellectual depth with cultural richness, reflection with celebration, and vision with renewed commitment. As we listen, ladies and gentlemen, engage and celebrate, we are not only honoring the past, we are shaping the future of educational assessment in Nigeria and beyond. Therefore, it's my singular honor and privilege to introduce my co-anchor, very delectable, amiable queen of the two, Ruth Aguele.
Thank you very much, Anna. Haruna, I want to say I'm deeply honored, and it is a privilege to serve your excellencies, distinguished guests, highly distinguished guests, our royal fathers of the day. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Ruth Aguela, a broadcaster with the Nigerian Television Authority. And like Haruna said, it is a day to celebrate excellence, a transformative journey that started years ago, one that has seen growth in capacity building, innovation, resilience, determination to continue to break barriers to excel. If your hands are not busy, distinguished guests, can we put our hands together as we celebrate this milestone of the National Examinations Council, NECO at 25. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at this point, I'd like to welcome a man who is a visionary leader, the man who is pushing for a transformative agenda, one who is breaking barriers and setting standards in line with global best practices. Please, put your hands together as we welcome a man who never sleeps, Professor Ibrahim Dentani Washishi, the Registrar and CEO of the National Examinations Council, for the welcome address. Please keep the applause resounding. Thank you.
It's a steward of standard and a custodian of credibility. Professor Wushishi has become synonymous with Neco's renaissance. His leadership pulses with integrity, reform and institutional rebirth. You're welcome, Professor.
Thank you. The Honorable Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Barrister Bashir, Speaker of the House of Representatives and members of the House of Assembly, my Ministers of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, and her Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suaiba Said Ahmad, distinguished former registrars, former board chairmen and members of the diplomatic corps here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with a deep sense of gratitude and pride as we mark a significant milestone in our nation's educational landscape. The Silver Jubilee of the National Examinations Council. This occasion is not merely a celebration of the passage of time. It is a reflective moment, celebrate our achievements, and reaffirm our commitment to excellence in public examination administration. I wish to start by warmly welcoming Emeritus Professor Pius Augustine Ike, popularly known as Pi or Banya, for agreeing to serve as the keynote speaker at this great event. Your willingness to share your wisdom, experience, and vision for education is deeply appreciated by all who are committed to advancing learning in our community. I also want to extend my sincere appreciation for your mentorship and invaluable guidance over the years. Your insights have consistently illuminated our paths, challenged us to think more deeply, and inspired us to pursue education that is contextual, inclusive, and transformative. The time you have invested in mentoring me has made a lasting impact on our work. Thank you for accepting this role and for your enduring contribution to our collective mission. It is also my singular honor to acknowledge the august presence of the Right Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, DCON, Speaker of the House of Representatives, ably represented here. My appreciation also goes to our hosts, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, CON, and Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suaiba Said Ahmad, for their unwavering support and guidance. Permit me to also specially acknowledge and appreciate the distinguished presence of Dr. Mafu Ezra Komesi, CEO Umalusi, and President International Association for Educational Assessment, who came all the way from South Africa. We are also honored by the prestigious presence of our royal father of the day, the Etsunupe Chairman, Traditional Council of Niger State. You are welcome, sir. We are also appreciative of the presence of Majority Leader of the House of Representatives, who today will serve as the book reviewer on the history of the National Examinations Council. The Deputy Governor of Niger State here present, we appreciate your presence. Your attendance underscores the shared commitment to excellence in education and international collaboration, and we deeply appreciate your support for Neco's continued mission. We thank you for honoring our Silver Jubilee with your attendance and esteemed participation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Neco began as a bold initiative to harmonize and enhance the administration of national examinations. In the earliest days, we faced daunting hurdles, which include limited public trust, infrastructure gaps, and questions about the validity and reliability of our assessments. Yet, through steadfast leadership, transparent processes, and a steadfast commitment to the national interest, we gradually earned the trust of students, parents, schools, and stakeholders, both nationally and internationally. The Council laid down the foundations of credibility through shared procedures, timely release of results, and consistent standards. We built the culture of accountability, ensuring that every candidate could rely on a fair and robust examination process. A defining hallmark of our early years was the relentless pursuit of timely release of results and easy access to services for all stakeholders. The introduction of online registration and internet-based release of results became a game changer, bringing speed, transparency, and convenience to candidates and institutions. This shift not only improved operational efficiency, but also reinforced public trust in Neco as a responsive and contemporary examination body. Over time, Neco's credentials gained wider recognition and acceptance, both within and beyond Nigeria's borders. By upholding rigorous standards, ensuring fairness across diverse candidates, and maintaining consistent quality, Neco emerged as a trusted national institution. Today, Neco is recognized on international platforms as a credible examination body, contributing to educational integrity and mobility. This explains why we are currently conducting examinations in 8 countries and still counting. We stand today as an internationally recognized examination body, celebrated for professionalism, integrity, and impact on education policy, student outcomes, and national development. Our procedures reflect global best practices in assessment design, security, data management, and stakeholder engagement. We continue to learn, adapt, and collaborate with regional and international partners to elevate standards and share wisdom. The success we celebrate today owes a great debt to those whose immense contributions led to the establishment of the Council. Prominent among them is former President General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, GCFR, whose vision for national educational standardization contributed to the creation of the Center for Educational Measurement, CEM, with headquarters in Kaduna, which later became the National Board for Educational Measurement, IMBEM, with the headquarters moved to Minna, Niger State. This later transformed to National Examinations Council, NECO. He also advocated for reforms in Nigeria's education sector that emphasized uniform assessment and accountability, laying the groundwork for a national examination framework. Another great Nigerian who was instrumental to the establishment of the council, is former head of state, General Abdulsalami Alhaji Abubakar, GCFR, whose supported leadership during the transition period helped sustain and consolidate reforms in education and assessment. He continued recognition of the importance of standardized examinations, reinforced the institutional foundation for Neco. It was during his time that approval was given for the establishment of the National Examinations Council with headquarters in Minna. Our immense gratitude and appreciation also goes to former President, General Olusegun Obasanjo, who midwifed the birth of the National Examinations Council. He was instrumental to the effective takeoff of the council, as well as the gazetting and formulation of the Neco Establishment Act. We also want to express our heartfelt gratitude to Niger State government for their unwavering support and exemplary hospitality since the inception of Neco, which have significantly contributed to the council's ability to deliver fair, credible, and reliable national examinations for our nation. We sincerely appreciate the state government for graciously playing host to Neco and for providing essential office accommodation that has become the operational heartbeat of our council. The government's sustained support has ensured that Neco operates in a conducive environment, enabling us to fulfill our mandate with efficiency and integrity. The partnership with the state has reinforced the confidence of stakeholders nationwide in the council's capability to administer examinations transparently and securely. This enduring collaboration has fostered stability, enabling program implementation, staffing, logistics, and the enhancement of our examination processes. We remain grateful for the continued encouragement and resources that have supported Neco through its evolution and growth. To our immediate host community, Gidan Mangoro and Bagnako communities, we extend our deepest appreciation for graciously hosting Neco's headquarters. They have demonstrated exemplary hospitality, ensuring welcoming and supportive environment for our staff and activities. The peaceful coexistence and harmony enjoyed by Neco, its staff, and the communities are a testament to the strong collaboration and mutual respect that define our relationship, which have been pivotal to our operations, creating a stable platform for education-focused initiatives and community engagement. We are committed to sustaining and strengthening these bonds, recognizing that community goodwill is integral to the success of national examinations and the broader educational landscape. I wish to recognize and appreciate the contributions of all past ministers of education for their roles in shaping the council into what it is today, as well as all past governing board chairmen and members for their excellent roles in making Neco great, particularly the immediate past governing board members, under the chairmanship of Dr. Abubakar Siddiq Mohammed, for laying the foundation of the current reforms and development in the council. Lastly, I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the Center for Democratic Development Research and Training, CEDAT Zaria, as the academic consortium we commissioned to document the history of the National Examinations Council, Neco, through an in-depth scholarly research, compilation of historical literature, collaboration with Neco officials and stakeholders, and rigorous methodological standards. They were able to produce an authoritative account of Neco's development. The result is a document intended to serve as a credible reference for policymakers, educators, and the public. We thank you very much for this excellent effort. I also wish to recognize and appreciate all past registrars who steered Neco through turning points and challenges. I acknowledge and honor their contributions, especially Professor Dibu Ojerinde, Sir, I request you stand up for recognition, sir. Pioneer registrar who guided Neco through its most difficult period, starting from scratch and building essential offices and nationwide infrastructure. He introduced a culture of prompt result release and pioneered online registration and internet-based release of results. He also earned public trust and acceptance by laying the foundation for Neco's future growth and credibility. Professor Promise N. Okpala, I don't know if he's here. We recognize you. He deepened public acceptance of Neco certificates, expanding confidence among stakeholders. He also strengthened the council's logistics capabilities to support nationwide examination administration. Professor Abdurrashid Garba, I know he's here. Please stand up for recognition. He restored stability in labor council relations, fostering a conducive working environment. He introduced the extended management structure to create more opportunities for staff growth and created the Office of Zonal Coordinators to improve regional coordination and service delivery. Professor Charles B. Uwakwe, I don't know if he's here. He introduced key concepts and initiatives aimed at overall improvement of Neco's operations and efficiency. Malan Abubakar M. Ghana, if you are here, please stand up for recognition. Yes. As acting registrar, he maintained labor stability and reduced the cost of conducting examinations. He reduced registration fees to enhance accessibility. He also procured additional operational vehicles and developed e-portals and digital certificates to modernize our processes. Neco's progress reflects the foresight of its founders, who envisioned a transparent, reliable, and accessible national examination system that will underpin Nigeria's human capital development. Building on the achievement recorded by my predecessors, we have further broadened the scope, ranging from infrastructure development to digital innovations and stakeholder engagement. Some of our modest achievements include ongoing construction of offices in 10 states, as well as the construction of a standard science laboratory at the headquarters. Procurement of 50 Mitsubishi single cabin, 24 Toyota Hilux double cabin, 2 Isuzu mini trucks, and 2 18-seater buses for improved logistics. The Neco e-Verify application for verification and confirmation of results, e-library, e-greenery database, and start curb to a very large extent examination malpractice. We want to, in this moment, also appreciate the ministers of education for this policy. And we are believing that by 2027, a lot will have been achieved in this line. Expansion of e-services, digital certificate and data analytics to improve user experience, transparency, and decision-making. Ongoing alignment with international best practices, partnerships with global examination bodies, and investment in staff capacity building. Programs to broaden access for learners in underserved communities, including targeted outreach, fee strategies, and support mechanisms. collaborations with national institutions and international agencies to harmonize standards and facilitate educational and professional mobility. This we are doing with the Association for Educational Assessment in Africa and the International Educational Assessment Association. Embracing sustainable practices in examination administration and pursuing innovative approaches to assessment that reflect evolving educational landscapes. Finally, as we celebrate Neco's Silver Jubilee, let us recommit to the ideals that have guided us since inception: integrity, fairness, accessibility, and service to our nation. Our journey from the challenging early days to a position of international recognition demonstrates what can be achieved when leadership, staff, stakeholders, and the public work together with a shared purpose. To the past registrars, we owe an enduring debt of gratitude for building the studied foundation on which Neco continues to rise. To the current and future generation of Neco staff, I say, carry forward the torch with courage, innovate with prudence, and uphold the trust placed in us by Nigerians. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will also want to use this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate all the current directors of Neco and past directors for their contributions to the development of this great national institution. Before I finally wrap up, permit me to formally inform you about the unveiling of the book on the history of Neco, titled 25 Years of Neco, Evolution, Challenges, and Contributions to Nigeria's Educational Assessment System, later today. Thank you, and may Neco continue to illuminate the path to excellence in education for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless.
A story of excellence, connecting the past with the present, described as a steward of standards and a custodian of credibility. Professor Wushishi has just delivered the story of excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly put our hands together for a leader with integrity, reform, and institutional rebirth. Thank you very much. While he was giving out his address, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCO, walked in this time around in the able capacity of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, our own very Right Honorable Benjamin Okezekalu, PhD, CFR. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives. You're welcome, sir. His Royal Highness, Chief Ambrose Pine Iotha, Tor Kwande of Benue State, and retired director of Neco, it's also in the house. Please a round of applause for Tor Kwande. You're welcome, sir. She remains a towering symbol of intellectual depth, administrative finesse, and educational reform, from the classrooms to the corridors of power. Her career has been defined by scholarship, service, and unyielding commitment to institutional excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the chairman of the governing board of the National Examinations Council. She who brings decades of experience and integrity to the critical task of strengthening the credibility of Nigerians' examination system. Professor Modupe Adeola Adelabu. Ladies and gentlemen, as she majestically walks to the podium. You're welcome, ma'am. Professor, you're welcome.
Praise the Lord. The Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my leader, my mentor, and my teacher, ably represented here. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, ably represented by Dr. Kalu, the Deputy Speaker, and the Minister of Education, Professor. I think I can call him Professor. His impact, I'm sorry to say, to divert, on education in the first few months is amazingly amazing. I had to check whether he was an educationist or a medical doctor. And the renewed hope of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has been confirmed by this Minister of Education. And I'm glad that in his time, the Federal Ministry of Education has been on the lead in the country in its performance. And I would like to borrow from the word of Prince King Charles that Federal Ministry of Education never carry last. Just as Neco also never carried last. You are welcome, sir. We admire you. Well done. And let me also acknowledge the Minister of State, Madam ABC, so I heard yesterday, who have been performing incredibly well. Please permit me to stand on the protocol established by our dynamic cerebral registrar. I stand here on behalf of the governing board to extend a warm welcome to you all as we gather to mark a milestone of national significance. Our Silver Jubilee is not merely a celebration of years gone, but a tribute to the unwavering commitment of our dedicated staff, resilience of our examinees, and the steadfast trust placed in Neco by parents, guardians, schools, and the broader educational community. Reflecting on our journey, we recall the early days of Neco's mandate to deliver fair, credible, and timely examinations that unlock opportunities for Nigeria's youth. Over the past 25 years, Neco has grown in capacity, integrity, and service delivery, adapted to changing educational needs while upholding the highest standards of examination administration. Our core values that we already had are integrity, accuracy, inclusivity, and accountability. These remain the compass that guides every decision we make. These values have fortified the resilience of our processes, ensured comparability of results, and engendered public confidence in our assessments. To the teachers and school administrators, your collaboration has been indispensable. Your commitment to rigorous preparation, ethical conduct, and transparent reporting has enriched our examination ecosystem and supported the academic growth of countless learners across the nation. To our esteemed partners and stakeholders, including policymakers, regulatory agencies, and technology providers. We are grateful for your steadfast support. As we continue to innovate, we remain mindful of our responsibility to leverage technology, data integrity, and safeguarding mechanisms to ensure that Neco remains a trusted conduit to higher learning and career opportunities. To the brilliant minds of Nigeria's youth that we are working for and that we want to mold, may the celebration remind you that perseverance, discipline, and curiosity are the keys to unlocking your fullest potential. NACO is committed to providing fair testing, reliable results, and supportive avenues for your academic and professional journeys. As we look to the future, we reaffirm our pledge to uphold the highest standards of examination fairness and security, expand access and inclusive education, ensuring every qualified candidate can and will participate, embrace innovation to enhance examination delivery, results reporting, and stakeholder engagement, and finally, strengthen accountability and continuous improvement in all NECO processes. To the organizers of the Silver Jubilee, I thank you for your meticulous planning, your sense of purpose, and your dedication to celebrating our shared heritage and future aspirations. Your work ensures that the essence of NECO's mission resonates beyond today's events. May this silver anniversary inspire renewed collaboration, and we add renewed hope, greater excellence, and enduring trust in our national examination system. Let us seize these moments to recommit to the ideals of merit, integrity, and opportunity for every Nigerian learner. On this occasion of unity and national progress, I extend heartfelt gratitude to all staff, examination moderators, invigilators, officials, and supporters who have contributed to NECO's success over the years. Your contributions have created a durable foundation for the next generation of Nigerian scholars and professionals. To all gathered here today, and to those watching online and watching afar, may this celebration reinforce our collective resolve to empower our youth, strengthen our institutions, and advance the cause of education for sustainable national development. Thank you, and may God bless the National Examinations Council, its steadfast partners, the government of Nigeria, and the resilient people we serve. Happy Silver Jubilee to NECO. Thank you, and God bless.
I think she deserves another round of applause. Professor Modukbe Adiola Adelabo, thank you so much for those kind words. And well captured for me when she said merit, integrity, and opportunity for every Nigeria, which is what the Examination Council stands for. Once again, let's appreciate the chairman of the governing board. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at this point, permit me to warmly recognize Senator Akintunde Yunus Abiodun, PhD, representing Oyo Central Senatorial District, and Chairman Senate Committee on Environment, Deputy Chairman Senate Committee on Police Affairs. Please, a warm round of applause for him. Also in our midst, Your Excellencies, Honorable Salihu Agbola Balogun, the National Commissioner representing North Central at the National Assembly Service Commission, ABUJA, also former secretary of All Nigeria Confederation of Principals of Secondary Schools. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for being here. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our next speaker, of course, who is representing a highly distinguished chairman of this occasion, His Excellency General Abdusalam Abubakar, GCFR, retired, and here ably represented by a renowned diplomat by excellence, one who has contributed his quota in public service and diplomacy. Please put your hands together as we make welcome for the chairman's opening remarks, Ambassador Zubairu Dada, CON, FNIM, and FNIPR. Please, a round of applause for him.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم The representative of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, and I believe standing in for the entire members of the National Assembly, the representative of my governor, the governor of Niger State, the deputy governor of Niger State, Comrade Yakubu Garba, other members of the National Assembly, our chief host, the Honorable Minister of Education, and his very able Minister of State, His Royal Highness, the Etunupe, Chairman of Council of Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, who I understand is also the Royal Father of the Day, the Chairman and Board members of Neco, other Royal Highnesses here present, the current and former registrars of Neco, but I particularly remember, or if you like, recognize Professor Jerinde, who was with us in Mina for a very, very long time, and who, of course, as you are aware, did all the yeoman's job to get this institution take off. The registrar of JAM, I think I saw him somewhere around. Members of the diplomatic corps, our guest speaker for the day. Looking around, I understand there are numerous professors, too numerous to individually recognize. Members of the fourth estate of the Rim, Neco staff, other distinguished invited ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to this event. As you've been told, my responsibility this morning is to represent a former head of state of this country who is the chairman of this occasion, and it's none other than General Abdusalam Abubakar, who would have wished to be personally present here, but for some, if you like, because he's been a little indisposed, and he's therefore asked me to stand in for him. And my mandate is to simply deliver an address prepared and sanctioned by him and therefore I'm going to read his address verbatim. And he says, addressed by the chairman of the occasion, former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, GCFR, on the Silver Jubilee anniversary of the National Examinations Council, Neco, being held today, the 7th of May, 2026. Let me say from the onset that I do not stand, or well, whatever it is that I read is the responsibility of the General himself. But I assure you I accept whatever responsibilities for my failure to deliver adequately. It is with a profound sense of gratitude and of course a deep sense of responsibility that I join you today to commemorate the Silver Jubilee of the National Examinations Council, Neco. I am honored to be counted amongst the founding fathers of this noble institution, which has become a beacon of educational excellence and a steadfast partner in nation building. From humble beginnings to a robust institution, Neco has grown because of a shared vision, a vision to ensure that every Nigerian child has access to fair, credible, and reliable assessment that accurately reflects their abilities and potentials. As we celebrate 25 years of service, we must reflect on the journey, acknowledge the sacrifices of those who built Neco, and reaffirm our commitment to the ideals that have guided its progress so far. Founding vision and mission. When Neco was conceived, the aim was clear, and that is to standardize and elevate the quality of its examinations, thereby safeguarding the integrity of qualifications and enhancing the prospects of our youths in higher education and the workforce. This vision remains the compass by which Neco navigates the complex landscape of modern assessment. It is on record that the Council has continuously championed fairness, transparency, and rigor in its examination processes. It has expanded access to assessments while upholding rigorous standards that reflect our national aspirations. The journey has been marked by measurable strides in reliability, accessibility, and public trust. We have also witnessed development of robust examination formats that withstand scrutiny and meet international best practices, including, but not limited, to the introduction of candidate-centered processes, benefits of which extend to teachers, schools, and administrators, as well as the adoption of technological and administrative reforms that have streamlined operations and improved result turnaround times. The impact on our education system. Neco's influence extends beyond examination administration. It shapes policy, pedagogy, and national discourse on education through the provision of credible data that informs policy decisions and resource allocation, thus supporting schools and teachers through clear guidelines, workshops, and capacity building initiatives. It has also encouraged a culture of accountability and excellence within the education system. The way forward. As we advance, we must continue to adapt to changing educational needs while safeguarding the principles that make Neco unique. We must enhance technology to enhance accessibility, security, and efficiency, while strengthening teacher training and school support to improve learning outcomes, and also expand access to diverse assessment methods that capture a broader spectrum of student abilities. Finally, permit me to offer my heartfelt appreciation to the dedicated staff, examiners, and other stakeholders who have kept Neco's mission alive. Your steadfast commitment to fairness, accuracy, and service is the foundation of Neco's enduring reputation. And therefore, as we celebrate this Silver Jubilee, let us recommit to the ideals that birthed Neco and to the ambition of a future where every Nigerian student can demonstrate their true potential with confidence. Let us uphold the highest standards of integrity. Let us continue to build a system that is inclusive, credible, and worthy of the trust that has been placed in us by our people. May Neco's continued service be a source of pride to our nation, a catalyst for opportunity, and a testament to what is possible when we work together with integrity, purpose, and resolve. I thank you most sincerely. May the good Lord bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. General Abdul Salam Alhaji Abubakar, GCFR. Thank you once more.
That was the address of our able chairman, General Abdusalami Abubakar, GCFR, retired, a statesman of rare composure and quiet authority. He who embodies the enduring grace of leadership tempered by sacrifice. Put your hands together for our chairman, General Abdusalami Abubakar. The Right Honorable Abdullahi Halims, Deputy House Leader of the Federal House of Representatives, is here. Please a round of applause for Right Honorable Abdullahi Halims. You're welcome, sir. Lieutenant Colonel P. Garuba, representing the Chief of Defense Staff. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for the General. Navy Captain Akin Akiyinka, Commandant, Nigerian Army Military School, Akwa Ibom State. You're welcome, General. Please a round of applause for the General. Former Minister of Education, now late, Dr. Samuel Olayiyan Oni, who is represented by his son, Mr. Oluwole Oni. Please a round of applause for this educational icon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will be bringing a big masquerade. Our host, if you call him the chief host, who will give us the keynote address shortly. He stands at the confluence of policy and progress, a reformer with a surgeon's precision and a visionary foresight. As our chief host, he brings to the fore a bold reimagination of Nigeria's educational ecosystem, anchoring excellence in innovation and governance that is both responsive and transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, CEO and our Chief Host, Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, you are welcome.
Thank you, MC. Let me begin by acknowledging with the representative of the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly, my dear brother, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Thank you for your service to the country and the support, your enduring support to the Education Department. We appreciate you. To the chairman of this occasion, this auspicious 25 years existence of Neco, the former head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, we thank you for your service to our country. When you were head of state, you bequeathed what we have today that we call democracy. You quickly put in place the Constitutional Assembly and handed over to the civilian. And that's what we're enjoying today. We thank you for your service to our country and to humanity. The Deputy Governor of Niger State and my colleague, the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Saad Ahmad, thank you for your service to every single child and every single student in this country. You wake up every day, you think education, you eat education, and you live education. Thank you for your service. And our education sector has never been better off. I appreciate your service, your diligence, your cognition, the fervor, the diligence, the energy that you bring to work every day. Thank you so much. And to all members of the National Assembly that are present, we can't thank you enough for the renewed collaboration and cooperation we continue to enjoy on a daily basis at the Education Ministry. To the newly appointed chairperson of Neco, Professor Modupe Adelabo, you've been called upon again to serve the country. This is what you've done in the last 30 years or 40 years plus. We know you bring your best again to helping to improve the quality of our examination in the country. To the registrar of Neco, the way you've transformed Neco since you've taken over has been phenomenal. I think you deserve a big round of applause. Your emphasis on ensuring that we have a fraud-free exam, it's second to none. And at this point, I think I can confidently say that we've eliminated exam malpractices, fraudulent result in Neco by almost 90%. But I'm making promise to Nigerians, to the country, that by 2027, we'll have 100% elimination of examination fraud in Neco. And let me also congratulate all the entire management staff and staff of Neco. The improvement we've seen in Neco is not just by the registrar alone, it's by what you all have done. Please give yourself a big round of applause. To the head of other agencies present here, the Registrar of JAM, Registrar of Nigeria University Commission, and the head of National Office of WAEC, I thank you for your deepened collaboration and cooperation as we continue to transform our education system and the landscape in the country. And I would also like to thank the Royal Father, Etsunepe. Thank you for all your support. And I'll use you as reference to all the other Royal Fathers present here today. To the diplomatic corps represented here today, and I'll use the former registrar of Neco, Professor Oderinde as a point of reference to all the registrars that are here today, former registrars of Neco. And it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge one of my predecessors, Professor Adeniran, who was a former Minister of Education. Thank you for laying a solid foundation. And please help me give Professor Adeniran a big round of applause. The guest speaker today, Professor Bayer, I've listened to you several times, and I'm looking forward to another intriguing, interesting, and reinvigorating lecture today. Thank you for always willing to educate us, even in retirement. But you said, an educator never retire. You keep educating. Thank you. And let's give the guest speaker a big round of applause. Members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor to deliver this address as the chief host and as the Honorable Minister for Education on this momentous Silver Jubilee anniversary of the National Examination Council. Today, we pause to reflect on a remarkable journey, one that has shaped our education landscape, strengthened accountability, and reinforced the promise of equal opportunity for all learners in our nation. We gather to celebrate 25 years of Neco stewardship of national examinations, a journey that began with shared vision to ensure credible, reliable, and accessible certification for our learners. We also reaffirm our commitment to the ministry oversight mandate to set standards, ensure fairness, safeguard the integrity of our assessment processes, and support continuous improvement across our education sector. The inception of Neco was rooted in desire to create a strong, unified national examination body to oversee standardized assessment for national public exams. Neco mandate encompassed the conduct of credible external examinations, certifications of attainment, and alignment with national examination objectives. A robust governance framework was established with a governing board, professional examination staff, and partners across the education ecosystem to ensure transparency, objectivity, and efficiency. Early policy work focused on standardizing curricular expectations, developing secure examination processes, and building the capacity of schools and examination centers to uphold integrity. Neco's early emphasis on secure examination administration, reliable scoring, and timely results helped restore public confidence in the national certification. Neco gradually diversified its examination portfolio to include different subjects, levels, and modalities, balancing rigor with practicability for learners at various stages of education. The adoption of technology-driven process, such as secure data management, electronic results were feasible, and robust modernization system strengthened the integrity and efficiency of Neco. The Federal Minister of Education oversight role matured along Neco's growth, which gave rise to policy frameworks for assessment standards and equity. Neco continues to serve as a standard bearer for external examinations, ensuring that certificates reflect genuine mastery and readiness for subsequent opportunities. The ministry provides overarching policy direction to ensure that Neco examinations align with national curricula, learning outcomes, and national development. By communicating clearly with schools, parents, educators, and learners, we reinforce trust in Neco processes and the value of its certificates. This Silver Jubilee invites us to celebrate what Neco has achieved, especially in equity, transparency, and the use of data to inform policy decisions. We must explore innovative assessment approaches that reflect 21st century competencies, such as critical thinking, problem solving, and digital literacy, while maintaining rigorous standards. We are at the threshold of a very important reform where NECO is spearheading, and that is computer-based examination, which is to commence this year. And hopefully, by year 2027, both NECO and the sister agency, WAHEC, will be conducting all their senior secondary school exams via computer-based examination. Our alliance with NECO must remain robust, characterized by transparent governance, shared accountability, and a common commitment to improving learning outcomes for every learner. At this juncture, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the founding leadership and staffs of NECO, whose dedication has steered the Council through decades of change. I think the entire management deserves another round of applause. You've done so well in the past 25 years. I commend the teachers, the examiners, school administrators, and ministry colleagues whose collaborative efforts have upheld the credibility of our national examinations. Special thanks to the learners, the next generation, whose aspiration inspire us to strive for excellence in every assessment and at every opportunity. Finally, let us reaffirm a collective commitment to a national examination system that is fair, credible, inclusive, and responsive to the evolving needs of our learners. As we celebrate this Silver Jubilee, may NECO and the Ministry of Education continue to work in unison, fostering trust, driving reform, and ensuring that certification remains a passport to a brighter future for all students. Thank you, and may this Silver Jubilee herald renewed hope, greater achievement, and enduring partnership for our nation's education system. God bless NECO, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Once again, let's appreciate the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, CON. Thank you for pushing the agenda of the renewed hope of Mr. President. Thank you for the bold transformative reforms we're seeing in the education sector. Thank you for expanding the scope to promote digital access to learning. And of course, not leaving out inclusivity among vulnerable groups. Once again, let's appreciate the Honorable Minister of Education. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at this point, permit me to kindly recognize in our midst Honorable Shehu Saleh Rejau, Member, House of Representatives. Thank you very much for being here, Honorable. We'd like to also recognize Honorable Joshua Audu Gana, Member, House of Representatives. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. Also in our midst, we'd like to warmly recognize Dr. Nasiru Ibrahim Dantiye. He's late. He's the former Director of Human Resource Management, and he's here represented by Hajia Aisha Nasiru Dantiye. That's his beautiful wife. And of course, his beloved son, Ibrahim Nasiru Dantiye. Thank you for the support. We'd also like to recognize Commissioner of Education, Kano State, Director, Kano Educational Resource Department, representing the Executive Governor of Kano State. Please, a warm round of applause. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at this point, I'd like to invite for a poetic rendition a young boy whose voice echoes beyond this room. He continues to leave mark everywhere he goes to. Very brilliant, exceptional. He's about to come tell us the 25 years journey of Neco. In his poetic words, of course, please allow me to welcome Muhammadu Buhari Abdullahi. He likes to pride himself as a president, and of course, you know, seeing the late President Muhammadu Buhari as his mentor. Please, let's welcome Muhammadu Buhari Abdullahi, a young poet. Please, I need the applause to be resounding. He's just 10, so he needs to be encouraged. A vibrant young boy who has committed his voice for change. Please, more applause. Thank you. And you'll be surprised to know that he's the son to my co-compare.
Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is President Muhammadu Buhari. A story of greatness at 25 is the title of my poem. A quarter century ago, in the hush before dawn, talking about 1999, the pre-millennium. A woman travailed, not in pain, but in prophecy, and from her sacred labor burst not one cry, but a chorus dreams, innumerable dreams, each wrapped in ink, sealed in scripts, and sent forth to wrestle with destiny. They grew. Dreams became disciplines. Disciplines became destinies, and destinies etched in the quiet examination hall rose to sculpt the strength of a nation. Today, she stands not merely as a mother, but as a matriarch of merits. Her children are scattered across the skies of human endeavor. Healers with steady hands and listening hearts. Builders who bend steel into skylines. Teachers who ignite minds like constellations. Visionaries who see beyond the horizon's deceits. They call her National Examinations Council, but names often fail what legacies proclaim. She's the unseen midwife of future, the custodian of that fragile bridge between aspiration and attainment. And through the seasons of her stewardship, she has been held, shaped, and steadied by visionaries of intellect and vision. Professor Dibu Ojerinde, Professor Promise Akpala, Professor Akinpelu Oluwadare, Professor Abdulrashid Garba, Mr. Abubakar Ghana, Professor Goodwill Obioma, Mr. Ebikibina John Ogborodi. And now, in this flourishing seasons of intellectual wisdom, our own Professor Dantani Ibrahim Bushishi, a steward of continuity, a guardian of evolving excellence. Each a chapter, each a cadence, each a careful hand upon the compass of merit. Call it metaphor, if you must, a tapestry of embellished thoughts. Call it irony, if the truth feels too luminous to hold. But listen closely. In every rustle of questioned papers, in every anxious heartbeat before a bell tolls, in every script marked with justice and precision, there echoes a rhythm, steady, unrelenting, a symphony of becoming. For this mother is no ordinary bearer of life. She births progress. She nurtures productivity. She devotes the future. And at 25, she does not age, she ascends. For she is the story foretold by our founding fathers of an institution born out of a generation, from a generation rising from a nation to the world. Celebrate, you beautiful people. Let jubilee thunder break forth. Let's beat drums for silver years. For Neco has labored and lifted 25 cycles of seasons, unyielding, undimmed. Let classrooms become cathedrals of praise. Let pens become trumpets of triumph. She is the mother of measure, the keeper of merits. For Neco is not merely remembered, she is resounding. Thank you.
Very impressive. Impressive. Impressive.
Thank you,
What do you want to be in the future?
President.
That's a very good idea.
President Muhammadu Buhari wants to be president in future, and he started so well. And inshallah, you will be president. Just continue to study hard. Congrats.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate this young man again. Thank you. Well done. And of course, a round of applause for honorable ministers who, of course, shows that they love when education is being demonstrated, in different ways. This is a clear demonstration that when you catch the young ones at a very young age, you're building a future that will be sustainable. Once again, let's appreciate this president, the future president of Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we'll now move to Goodwill messages. At this point, allow me to welcome the President of International Association for Educational Assessment, Dr. Mafu Rakometsi, who is here to deliver his Goodwill message and, of course, tell us how he's been giving his support to Nigeria in terms of educational assessment. Please, another round of applause for him.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Program Director, and thanks for the invitation to speak. And please allow me to observe the protocols that have already been established by the program directors and the registrar of Neco, Professor Dantani Ibrahim Ushishin. I'm going to stand on those protocols. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good day.
I bring you warm greetings and best wishes from the International Association for Educational Assessment, IAEA. It is an honor and a great privilege for me to deliver the IAEA's congratulatory message on this auspicious occasion to mark the 25th anniversary celebration of the National Examinations Council, Neco. On behalf of the IAEA, I congratulate the Council on reaching the 25th anniversary. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our view as the IAEA is that anniversary celebrations signify moments of growth and success. This Silver Jubilee is a moment of profound significance, not only for Neco as a significant national institution in Nigeria, but also for the broader international educational assessment community. 25 years of service is no ordinary milestone. It is a testament of institutional resilience, public trust, and sustained commitment to a mission of national importance. Since its establishment, the Council has distinguished itself as a critical pillar in Nigeria's education system, advancing the administration of examinations with a steadfast commitment of credibility, integrity, transparency, and excellence. Over the past quarter century, the Council has continued to strengthen quality assurance systems, modernize its operational frameworks, expand access to assessment services, deepen technological innovation, and reinforce confidence in the certification process. These achievements, ladies and gentlemen, are worthy of recognition and celebration on this historic occasion. As the president of the IAEA, I take particular pride in acknowledging that Neco is not only a respected national examinations body, but also a valued member of the IAEA family. Your participation in the global community of assessment institutions reflects a shared commitment to the advancement of valid, reliable, equitable, and fit-for-purpose assessment systems that serve learners, educators, and society with integrity. In an era of rapid educational transformation, the role of credible assessment institutions has never been more important. The world is calling for assessment systems that are rigorous, inclusive, innovative, and trusted. Neco's journey over the last 25 years demonstrates that such aspirations are attainable when guided by principled leadership, technical competence, and unwavering public purpose. We deeply appreciate the relationship that the IAEA has had with Neco since its humble yet profound beginnings in the late 1990s. Throughout the period, the IAEA has witnessed the achievements reached by the Council, including Neco becoming a world-class examining body, conducting standards, assessment, and evaluation for Nigerian international schools in various African countries, the Middle East, as well as the United Kingdom. As we celebrate this remarkable milestone, may this occasion be both a tribute to the achievements of the past and a renewed commitment to the future. May the Council continue to flourish as a beacon of excellence in the examination administration nationally, across the continent, and within the global educational assessment fraternity. Because this anniversary celebration takes place during the month of May, known internationally as the... I would like to congratulate all the workers of Neco, past and present, on working tirelessly over the years to ensuring that Neco reaches this great milestone. I commend them for their hard work and dedication to delivering examinations whose results are trusted worldwide for their credibility. May you continue to be known that way. In closing, I wish to once again congratulate Neco on its 25th anniversary celebration and wish you the best for the next 25 years. On behalf of the IAEA, I want to invite Professor Dibu Ojerinde, I don't see where he's sitting, the former president of the IAEA himself, to come on stage. And I also want to invite Professor Wushishi, the CEO of Neco, to come on stage to receive the congratulatory certificate of Neco from the IAEA. And I'm going to be presiding over this with Professor Dibu Ojerinde, who has also done a sterling job with the IAEA.
Those who live forever are those who recreate themselves in others, a recognition of excellence, of innovation. And traditionally, this is a continental recognition. I'm sure Professor Wushishi would hand it over to the minister because this is a plus for Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this milestone. Congratulations, Nigeria. Congratulations. That was the President, International Association for Educational Assessment, a continental voice in educational assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are making progress. Remember, we are celebrating 25 years of excellence in educational assessment. If you're happy and you have a touch of excellence in you, look to the next person seated and say, you are the honor of excellence. Thank you very much. In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, is the honorable member representing Bida Kwaku Kacha Federal constituency in the House of Representatives, my leader, my brother, the Vice Chairman, House Committee on Finance, Honorable Said Musa Abdul, SMA. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. One day we shall tell your story in Niger State. Please another round of applause for him. Representing the Chief of Military Intelligence, Army, is Colonel W. Yekin. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Colonel Yekin. A voice of reasons, master of ceremonies par excellence. Our own mentor, Alhaji Salihu Ibrahim Kindo, is also in the house. Please a round of applause for guard driver. We are making progress, and we're still giving goodwill. He's an Iroko in Nigerian's educational landscape. A man whose vision gave direction to millions of young dreams. With the calm strength of a reformer, innovation and credibility. He is ushered in a new era where technology became a reference in examination measurement. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together For the pioneer chair or registrar of Neco, Professor Dibu Ojerinde, as he delivers his goodwill message. Okay. Shortly he will be here. While we're waiting for him, let's quickly call the next person. Another pioneer head of the great Neco, former registrar, Professor Abdurrashid Garba. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Abdurrashid Garba. If you want to be celebrated like this, be good. This is the reward of being good, as seen in testimonies of the staffers here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Professor Abdurrashid Garba. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Bismillahi wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria here represented, your honorable members of House of Reps here represented, the Royal Father of the Day, the State Governor, Niger State, represented by the Deputy, the newly appointed chairperson of the board, and other past members of the board, chairman of the board, past registrars, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, pardon my memory if I forget any important dignitary, but my high respect goes to all of them. Chairman of the occasion, sir, I recall when I met Professor Dibu Ojerinde in Zimbabwe. At that time, we were attending IAEA conference. He told me that he was happy to see Neco soaring higher after his departure. I didn't actually know what he was talking about. I couldn't grasp the idea there. Not until when I left Neco, and I also noticed Neco soaring higher. That was when I get the actual feeling, the actual meaning of what Professor Dibu Ojerinde was trying to tell me. So these 25 years, of course, minus those years when we had incidences of death taking away many of our registrars, I want us to seize this opportunity to pray for the repose of the gentle soul of Monday Joshua, for the repose of the gentle soul of Godswill Obioma, for the repose of the gentle soul of Bikibina Boridi. But Honorable Minister, sir, I want to tell you a little about Ibrahim Dantani Ushishi. Minus the time, the period of Dibu Ojerinde, but from the time all other registrars took over to date, I want to assure you, Honorable Minister, sir, it is only Ibrahim Dantani Ushishi that has been able to bring us, former people that has had the only registrar that has ever cared to look back at the former registrars. The only registrar that has remembered there was once a registrar in Kano, and I think he visited me. I felt so bad, and that was the time I knew definitely Abdurrashid will be in the history books of Neco by that single recognition given by Anthony. By the time Anthony quits, other registrars will come. Please emulate him. Those of us who couldn't do good jobs when we were registrars, history is still patient with us. We still have a chance to make progress. Honorable Minister, sir, I also want to say that Neco is more important to the lower level of education than it is to the higher level of education. So my plea, sir, is to appeal to your ministry, because you have an able lieutenant in the person of Professor Sweber, to please, sir, pay additional attention to the lower level education, because those people are those going through NECO to the higher level of education. If we don't pay attention to the lower level of education, NECO will continue to be churning out graduates who cannot cope with the standards of higher education in Nigeria. We need additional attention, sir, in our lower level education. I recognize the fact of, what you've been doing in that sector, but I'm appealing for additional attention to lower level of education with particular attention to state governments. I'm sorry to say the Deputy Governor of Niger State is here. All states in the north, the classes are dilapidated. All schools in the north, no adequate teachers. All schools in the north, no infrastructure. A standard school is lacking in almost all the states. Where you see a standard school, then it has to be a private school. Sir, with your intervention, I'm very sure we'll change this, where a time will come when people will prefer sending their children to public school. With this appeal, sir, I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk, and I wish you a successful journey back to our respective destination. Ma salam.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please, another round of applause for Professor Abdurrashid Garba. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when the story of NECO is told, I will stand amongst the pioneers, because I was a pioneer student or candidate in 1999 that wrote the first NECO examination. So when you are giving your award, please remember me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, earlier on we described him as a defining architect of Nigerian modern educational system, a reform-driven administrator whose brilliance transformed both NECO and JAM with vision, discipline, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, he has strengthened examination integrity and restored public confidence in institutions shaping the future of millions. His enduring legacy stands as a testament to purposeful leadership and excellence in national service. Put your hands together for the pioneer registrar of NECO, Professor Emeritus Dibu Ojirinde, the young old man, or the old young man, whichever way you put it. When I see you, I remember your late friend, Professor Femi Odekule.
Thank you. I stand on the existing protocol, but let me single out our Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, and particularly the representative of General Absalam. Thank you very much for coming. I was in Akure sometimes in 2001. Particularly, I went to St. Peter's College. When I was going to the principal's office, some kids saw me, but I went to the principal, and we finished our tete-a-tete. By the time I came out, I met about 50 of them. And simultaneously, they started singing, Ope Lope Neco, I say, what? Ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Neco, ayé ibà bàrà wọ̀ mí jẹ́. Ọpẹ́lọpẹ́ Neco, ayé ibà ti rẹ̀yìn mi. I was really startled. They said, yes, that's the man. Neco Osheo, Osheo, Neco Osheo. I think they got that music from Opelope anointing. The meaning is simply, but for Neco, the world will have finished me. But for Neco, they will have disrupted my life. And now, when they said Neco was 25, I said, how far? How fast? That was how I left St. Peter's College. But of course, we passed through many waters. Opposition. Chief Yote is here. It's no longer chief. It's Tor Zongo. Tor Zongo was, oh, that's it. Tor. Your Royal Highness. Thank you. He was our Director of Planning, Research and Statistics. I don't know if Mr. Philip is here. Is he here? Dr. Dante, may his soul rest in peace. I heard he's dead. Mrs. Akinkulie was our Director of Test Development. Is she here? Why are they missing this thing? It will never come again. 25 will not come again. I don't know why they are missing it. But thank God, it was a turbulent time. It was turbulent. When things were tough, we went spiritual. When I mean spiritual, not necessarily that we went to the spirit. We went to the Bible and we discovered that Neco was in the Bible. It's still there. If you remember, some of our pioneer officers, if you remember, we now told people, Neco has not come for you. Neco came to renew Nigeria. Because Neco Pharaoh in the Bible went to war. And Josiah came along to fight Neco. But Neco said, look, I've not come for you. I've come for those who are attacking God. Please leave me alone. But what happened to Josiah? He disguised himself and went back to change his dress and went to attack Neco. What ended? What became of him? Even his people shot him and he died. So we were telling those people who are against us then, hey, beware, we have not come for you. We have come to rescue Nigeria. Leave us alone. It was one of the things we used to cite. I've mentioned some of our directors. They were wonderful. We had a very wonderful chairman that time. Honorable Kekemeke. He was our first. Oh, please, sir, with due respect. Honorable Kekemeke, thank you very much. He was our chairman. Wonderful man. Wonderful motivator. God bless you. But despite all these things, we still believe that some people were making Neco possible. And the slogan that we were making at that time was, Ola Yaoni established Neco. Our professor Tunde Adenino nurtured Neco. I heard that Prof is here. Am I right? Prof, I didn't see you. Please pardon me. God bless you. He nurtured Neco because we didn't have money to start off. May so rest in peace also. Professor Borishade legalized it. This is a very serious situation. And we used to say it among ourselves. Allah Yaoni, may so rest in peace. It's gone. So, Professor Tunde Adenina is representing them all on earth. I'm sure, the next 25 years to come, some of us, I will not be here anyway, but I know that some of these young boys and girls in Neco will still be there. But a lot of us will have gone. We give glory to God. Thank you for making funds available for us. I didn't even see you are sitting with the chairman. Madam Chairman, congratulations. In the days of OAU, we had a group called RAT. Can you remember? Research Action Team. Anyway, that's another story. Thank you very much for today. Olaya, today Oni, and today Adenua and Borishade, he legalized it in that our law was not passed by that time. Please, the representative of our president, head of service, head of state, Abubakar, we sent our decree to him for signature. Some people stole it. I remember that the day he left office, somebody phoned me from WAEC and said, I heard that your decree had not been signed. I said, what's your business about that? And lo and behold, it was not signed. So we had to start afresh. That's why we say Boris Shade legalized it. He took it to National Assembly. The Deputy Speaker, please extend our wonderful appreciation to members of the National Assembly, even of that time, because they passed the law. And that's why I said Boris Shade legalized Neco. Somebody established it, another one nurtured it, and somebody legalized it. Thank you very much for this. Now, Professor Dantani, well, you are lucky. Some of us have done the donkey job for you. Professor Rashid just came out to say it. We did it. Whether they like it or not, we were able to conquer our enemies. I will not name them. But the Yorubas say, Orisha, bí kí wọ́n fẹ́ obìnrin lémi kò sí. In other words, no woman wants another woman in the house. Monopoly is a disease. But we were able to overcome it. I will not mention names. But Anthony, well done. You are doing SSC now, June, July, as well as November, December. Congratulations. You are doing Becker. You call it Becker. We used to call it GSSC that time, but now you call it Becker. Congratulations. You are doing also, you are conducting National Common Entrance Examination. It's beautiful. We begin to see the impact of your assessment techniques. No wonder you are in IAEA as well as AEAA. Marcus from South Africa, thank you very much for recognizing Lantani. Please go on. Don't be discouraged. There's a lot to do. You are doing it. And 25 years has gone. I don't know. I'm sure you don't like to be alive in, I don't know. But I don't want to be alive in 25 years' time. But I don't know of yours. I don't know how old you are. But I'm very close to 80. So I don't want to live for the next 25 years. That would be about 105 years. Oh, I can, because my grandma lived for 120. In any case, that's the way it is. You are doing very well. Please continue. I can assure you, it's not easy, but it is possible. You have been doing it. Well done. Nothing good comes easy. And I will end it up with this. Tough times never last. But tough people what? Tough people do. You need to be tough. Keep on being tough. Glory be to the Lord in the highest. Neco, what are you saying? Glory be to the Lord in the highest. Hallelujah. Neco, shout hallelujah. Neco, shout hallelujah. Chairman of Neco, shout hallelujah. Everybody shout hallelujah. 25 years is no joke. Congratulations.
Congratulations, our own Professor Emeritus, Professor of Measurement, Professor of Examinations, Dibu Ojerinde, Professor Emeritus. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for him, please. Ruth, who do we have next?
Thank you, Haruna. Indeed, we're celebrating Silver Jubilee. You know, when Haruna was saying, when you're giving your awards, you should remember pioneer students. Please consider excellent students. I was privileged to write and come out with excellent results. So thank you, sir, for making the system easy during your tenure. Thank you. We celebrate you. All right. Our next speaker, distinguished guest, will be Dr. Abubakar Sadiq Mohammed, the immediate past chairman, Neco Governing Board. Please, a round of applause for him. We didn't hear the echo like when Prof.
When you remember the great ABUJA, remember Professor Bala Usman, when you remember Professor Femi Odekwele, of course, you'll remember Professor Muhammad Abubakar Sadiq. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sadiq of ABUJA, a thorn in the military flesh then.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, permit me to sit on established protocol instead of standing on it. It is slippery when you stand on it, but when you sit on it, it is firm. So permit me to do that. On behalf of the immediate past governing board, I warmly congratulate the management, staff, and stakeholders of the National Examination Council on the occasion of its 25th anniversary. The board I chaired was made up of these distinguished gentlemen and our distinguished lady, Barrister Augustina Ibokwe, Professor Kamilu Fage, and Alhaji Ibnu. I saw Haruna somewhere there. Chief Silvanos, what is that? Is what there? Chief Silvanos Lot, Chief Yakubu. Then I've seen Dr. Owede. All of them came to honor Neco. Over the past 25 years, Neco has played a significant role in the development of Nigeria's educational system through the conduct of credible examinations and the promotion of academic excellence across the country. Since its establishment, the Council has expanded access to examination opportunities for millions of Nigerian students, both within Nigeria and abroad, and has contributed immensely to national development through educational assessment and certification. This Silver Jubilee is not only a celebration
of institutional longevity, but also a recognition of the dedication, resilience, and professionalism of all those who have sustained the vision and mission of the Council over the years. Organizing examination in periods of conflicts and areas of insecurity has by no means been an easy task. Yet, Neco has stood national responsibility with remarkable commitment, ensuring that millions of students are not denied educational opportunities because of prevailing security challenges. As Neco marks this important milestone, security, transparency, and quality of its examination processes in line with global best practices and as growth and even greater accomplishment in the years ahead to academic, to education, and national development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abubakar Sadiq Mohammed. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you. Distinguished guests, our next speaker will be someone who, during his time, allowed Professor Ojerinde to thrive. It's just like having Dr. Marufa Lausa allowing Prof to thrive. When you have a minister who allows your idea to thrive, please let's welcome the former Minister of Education, Professor Tunde Adeniran, for his goodwill message. A round of applause for him, please. A scholar, a teacher, and a man who contributed his quota during his time. Please, another round of applause for him.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, our Chief Host, the Minister of Education, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and of course, our great lawmakers, members of the National Assembly. I wouldn't take much time. My goodwill message is to send a message to both Neco and to Nigeria. Neco, when the pioneer registrar was talking earlier on, he said there were enemies. Indeed, there were enemies, because when we look back and see the circumstances that gave birth to Neco, we will see that there will be forces not want such an organization to emerge. Neco could be traced back to 1977, when there was leakage, when WAEC conducted the examination for that year. And it was discovered when the Obasanjo regime set up the Shogbeton Commission, that organization was overwhelmed. There was this problem of capacity and some other issues. And of course, steps have to be taken gradually. And we thank God that Nigeria, being a very resilient country, being a very determined country, and a country that is forever forward-looking, determined to lead, to succeed all the time, thought there was need, indeed, to correct the mistakes of the past as a nation. And because education is the key to whatever development we talk about, by the time the military was about to leave, General ABUJA, great man, great nationalist, very patriotic man, and a worthy leader, thought it was necessary to start something. And he started it, but it was sabotaged among the forces that would not want Nigeria to attain the level that it should. But we thank God, President Olusegun Obasanjo came in and saw the need to have Neco. And Neco at that time was able to be established. And because the pioneer registrar at that time was someone who was headhunted, someone who was one of the very best globally in that area, he came in and he did what a great pioneer should do, someone who has legacy in mind, and did what ought to have been done, working 24/7, and of course trying to lay a foundation upon which others could build. And we thank God for all those who cooperated at that time. And I will also join in using this opportunity to send a word to members of the National Assembly, the present leadership. Your predecessors did a wonderful job. You have been doing some great job in some areas. And when it comes to education, we are pleading that that foundation that has been laid, you should build on it. And we also thank God because of the orientation of some of you, particularly the House of Representatives now. What we now have, which is the message that I'm leaving for Neco, is that there is credibility, there's integrity in what you are doing, there's acceptability globally, and it has to be kept. When you are on top, it is easier to go down than to keep going up. It needs extra effort, and please deploy that extra effort to stay where you are and move up, and stay up, and be a source of pride to Nigeria and the coming generations. And to our nation, Nigeria, through the Honorable Minister of Education, what has been happening in the education sector, particularly for quite some time now, is giving us hope that if we can identify some of what has been wrong in the past and we try to correct them, indeed we'll be able to get to where we should get to as a nation. Because as I said, education remains the key. And once we can get it right, with the dynamism that is in the current minister, and of course, his colleague, the two ministers, innovation cannot be too much. Please continue to innovate and deal with the fundamental issues which we'll be trying to tackle with. Be relentless. Don't give up. That is the most sensitive ministry that anybody can think of. And if you do it right, it will have a spillover effect on other areas of governance. And you affect the coming generations more than any other. And I believe with what you are doing, when we also appreciate as Nigerians and put more into education at the National Assembly and at the executive level, we'll be able to transform our society and move on. If we have education right, if we position it right and do the right thing, it will tackle the problems of insecurity that we are facing. It will have effect on the economy and, of course, on other areas. I congratulate Neco for these 25 years, and I believe, I trust, that they are going to build more and work harder so that by the time in other epochs, it will be greater success stories to the glory of God and to the benefit of humanity, particularly the Nigerian nation. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor Tunde Adeniran, former Minister of Education, the grandfather of Neco. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give him another round of applause? Representing the governor of Edo State is the liaison officer, ABUJA, Dr. Peter Abulu. Please a round of applause for Peter Abulu. Representing the governor of Lagos State is the commissioner of basic education, Mr. Jamiu Tolani Ali Balogun. Please another round of applause for Tony Balogun. We will seal the goodwill messages with a royal turbaning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is the chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers, rooted in tradition, yet resonant with modern relevance. He stands as a bridge between heritage and progress. His presence confers cultural gravitas and spiritual dignity, reminding us all that education thrives best when anchored in identity and values. His Royal Highness, Dr. Alhaji Yahya Bakar, CFR Esunupe, our Royal Father of the Day, takes the podium next. Bagadoji, 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 Bagadoji.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Your Excellency, the Vice President, ably represented here, Your Excellency and distinguished Deputy Speaker, National Assembly, the Honorable Minister of Education, Minister of State Education, the Deputy Governor of Niger State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Niger State, the Chairman of this occasion, ably represented here by Ambassador Zubairu Dada, all the distinguished invited guests, the registrar Neco, Professor Anthony Ibrahim Ushishi, and all the past registrars, directors, governing board chairmen, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May the blessing of Almighty Allah be upon us all. We are here since morning, or this afternoon, to appreciate and commend and also to congratulate and also celebrate 25 years of existence of Neco. In appreciating this moment, we believe that the federal government of Nigeria through the past administrations that have come to set up this organization. They meant very, very well for the nation, Nigeria. They had the foresight. They observed the problems being encountered 50 years ago. I remember when I was young, at school age, when you hear about common entrance or WAEC. And I used to go to those centers where exercise taking place with our ink pots and writing pens to write examinations. Now, those years have passed. We're in digital period now, whereby even the primary school pupils go for the exam through computer. That's a great development and achievement. So I appreciate all the authorities. We thank them immensely. Likewise, we congratulate the management of this institution, right from the pioneers, managers who have managed this institution under all the obstacles. As already observed, that when this institution was about to be established, there are so many enemies challenging it. Why not, if not? For anything that is good, you must have some challenges. So we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the God Almighty, that all the challenges have been thoroughly overcome, and today we are celebrating 25 years of existence of Neco. Glory be to Almighty Allah. We want to appreciate or want to commend the present administrator of Neco under the leadership of Professor Anthony Brian Ushishi, who has followed the footsteps of the past registrars to actually improve and raise the standard of performance of this institution to a very, very high level. Professor, well done, and God bless you. We pray for you, all the members of your staff, the examiners, and all those who contributed, who are contributing, one way or the other, to ensure that the institution stands and continue to rise. Well done, and God bless you. We also pray, Almighty Allah, for all those who have found time to attend this occasion. We thank you all, and we appreciate you, because this is part of a contribution towards enhancing educational sector in this country. Honorable ministers, we say well done. You are doing great for this sector, which is very, very important in human development and also socio-economic development. So may Allah continue to guide you, give you the strength and wherewithal to contribute your own quota towards enhancing our educational pursuit. For all who are here, we pray Almighty God for His blessing, for peace in this country, for security and development. Thank you all, and wish you journey back home. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, His Royal Highness, the Etunukpe. Please put your hands together for His Royal Highness, Dr. Alhaji Yahya Abubakar CFR. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Thank you very much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you for lending your voice to this great course. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, a lot has been said from our speakers when it comes to the examination council reposition in itself. And of course, much has been talked about accessibility, credibility, and digital transformation. Our next speaker will be talking to us on educational assessment in a changing world, the innovations that the examination body has brought, the challenges they've been able to overcome, and of course the opportunities for Africa. And no better person to do that for us than Emeritus Professor Pai Obanya from the Institute of Education, University of Ibadan, a renowned educationist, one who continues to leave his mark when it comes to reforms in the educational systems across Africa, a fellow of different reputable bodies. His voice is not just academic, it is prophetic. Please, let's welcome Emeritus Professor Pai Obanya, with a resounding applause, of course. Prof, should we bring the mic there? Okay, great.
So, I'm waiting for the technicians. Well, our royal fathers, my two ministers, Neco, past and present and future, I embrace the existing protocols. And in the far Niger Delta, when you've done things properly, we say you do well. Neco has done well. We can clap for Neco. But what we now are asking, as my people will say in the Niger Delta, they must now do river. So be prepared to do river. Thank you for doing well. But to come back to what you have on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, oh la la, what is not happening? My people, we practiced this long before now. Aha. This is not a lecture, it's a discussion, and it's going to be in 5 parts. Part 1, there are some concepts to be clarified. And part 2, they talk of our fast-changing world. What is it? Part 3, what are the implications of this fast-changing world for education, and how is assessment responding? And if the world is moving, how will Africa and Nigeria fit in? Aha. To clarify the concepts, ladies and gentlemen, these are concepts that are used interchangeably. They are closely related, but there are some differences in meaning. Measurement, testing, examination, assessment, evaluation. Now, when we say measurement, if I was in the classroom, I would say read it aloud. Let me say. Oral question. Written tests administered to students, but assessment. If you come, what's responsible? If you score highly, what are the preconditions? If you score lowly, what are, not just give the mark and pass away and go away. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to be as fast as I can. But everything moves to evaluation, which in education terms means, how do I decide what to do next? To know what to do next, what are the prevailing conditions, what can I do? In other words, you don't jump to conclusions. So all the assessment and the testing and all that contribute to one big thing, deciding where do we go from here. And when you are to read the book on Neco, you find that it's been an assessment of the wahala of the early years, the kirikiri go and come of the middle years, and the push forward of today's years. From now on, what should we be doing? And I think what all of us are doing assessment in order to be able to evaluate, to take future decisions. In other words, as I said, they are all interrelated. You need all this to be able to take what do you call it, reasoned discussion, well-informed decision on what to do next. In other words, if the child has failed, you don't come there and say, fear, 3 lashes. You want to say, has the child been fed at home? Is the child well prepared? Is the mother still living with the father? In view of this, what can we do next? So, ladies and gentlemen, that's quick. But our fast-changing world, you can see the lady there is moving fast like the changing world. Our fast-changing world, what are the characteristics? What is happening? I think I'm getting, I have identified 6 major characteristics of our fast-changing world, and I go rapidly through them. One is we are in the 4th industrial revolution. Whether man was created or evolved, he started using tools, different tools at different ages. And I'll come to that later. We're now in the 4th one. And that 4th one is confusing to some of us who were born earlier before it happened. Number 2 is the acceleration of history. I'm going to explain. The other one is globalization, and the other one is youthful population bulge. What we call bulge is simple. If you knew me 20 years ago, this would be flat. But now this one is like this. You come like this, you go like this, and you go like this. But now the world, who can, let's shout what we have, number 5. What is it there? E everything and E everywhere. Somebody says in our time, if you are going to see a young girl, you stood by the back and you start whistling, and the girl will know you are passing and will tell some lies to the father and come. Today, what do my grandchildren do? They do e-dating. And I'm afraid we are going to have e-babies and e-marriages. So, e-everything, e-everywhere. Now, there is also the most important one, the knowledge economy. But let me go rapidly through them. Oh, la, la. I need a help. The 4th industrial revolution. Around the late 18th century, the world had a steam engine. And that changed the way people live. Second industrial revolution, late 19th century, you had mass production. You read about Ford and so on, producing so many vehicle parts. And the last century, we had this digital age. Digital age. I will text you. What is it? And then now what we have is all sorts of things. Internet of things, where you can let the tree standing there to have internet and so many things. I'm going to talk more. And of course, what everybody talks now, artificial intelligence. I think it's AI. And some people call it AI, but it's the same thing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, quickly. What is this acceleration of history? It was first mentioned in a book. But what it means is simply this. Simply this. When President Obasanjo came around, we had the first cell, what do you call this type of phone in Nigeria. That time you could just phone. Before then we had another one, 0, 0 not 0. Yeah, and the battery was bigger than the phone. But compare that time, the past 25 years, is there any magic you cannot perform with your phone? The moment it appears in America, it appears there. And if in America, people sew their trousers and patch it around like this, within 2 years, your boys here will be patching like that. And if in America, some women, their dresses are so long that it starts here and ends here. Before you know it, in Sokoto and Burutu, they are wearing it. And if there's any sound of music, we are really doing it. So the acceleration of history is simply, as said in the last line there, so many things happening and happening very quickly. So we can quickly to everything and E everywhere. And please just quietly look at the meaning of technology. It does not mean this. It does not mean that computer. It meant that telephone is manufactured in Korea by Yakasoto Kalumutu. It comes to you, Ibrahim Danladi. So when you're at the back of a microphone, when your papa is calling you, say, I'm coming. Because you are not part of that divide. But the divide is like this. First of all, knowledge of the thing and the application and your accessibility. And you notice it, so over there, let me say over there, in the lower parts of the world, people have easier access. And yes, they want us to use the same thing. I'm always on what they call webinar. And after 2 minutes, I'll be told my connection is faulty. Have you also watched when you are being interviewed on AIT and so on? Ibrahim Haruma, can you tell us this? Sorry, we can't get you. Unmute yourself, and so on. Oh, his future. Or you are talking to somebody like that. So I'll come to it later. But what I'm saying now is that we don't jump to, you don't say technology. You bear in mind that there is this technological divide, that technology is more than the machine. 2, every debate. Now, yes, you just apply AI. You can even do your examination by AI. The child will press and the answer will come. It is not like that, oh, because you have to apply NI to get AI. And now, this globalization, I've explained it before. It simply means the world is almost one now. In those days, if you are going to call somebody from ABUJA to Jos, you go to it was called P&T or something. You went there to a box, you put some money, and you start calling. After some time, you'll be told your money is finished. Now, if the child is in Iceland, you can press, you can send email and all the rest of it. So the world is getting to become one. It used to be, they say a new, what do you call it? What you abandon in London is a new style in Lagos. But now the new style here becomes new style, the same thing. The music you hear becomes the same music everywhere. So that's how you can say it now. And now it has been held by this technology development. Now, I think, this population bulge, wherever you take the census, those of us of this age are narrow. Those coming are a little bigger, but those in the middle, so you have a dependent population that you have to care for through education, through feeding, through everything. And it is a worldwide program. Now, the way it's happening, forgive me. I thought you were coming. The way it's happening worldwide is this. Look at worldwide 2025, the distribution of population. The largest group is the middle one. And when it comes to Africa, look at the population pyramid. Below, see how wide. But on top, see what it has become, which means that you have more people to care for. And then number 6 is the knowledge economy. The way people have explained the knowledge economy to us is this. Nigeria is rich, it's got petroleum. But who's exploiting your petroleum? Shell BP. Is it a Yoruba word? The others, are they Hausa words or Igbo words? They are telling you that having the natural resources, the plants and the animals is not enough. It is what is here. It is thinking that is now the thing. So all these are all the things that have implications for the world. Knowledge economy has 7 major characteristics. I won't read them, but what it's saying simply is that when you are managing something like they've done for Neco, they didn't say, oh, sue me your worship. Each time they encountered difficulties, they turned it to challenges and they were able to do something. And you judge people by their thinking and by their innovation and so on. and not what they get to you. I'll come quickly. It is the same thing I'm saying. So, it is all this. What the message of the knowledge economy is that we are all knowledge workers. You know, you used to talk about white-collar jobs and blue-collar jobs. Today, if you're a watchman, you need to use this also. And if you are a grave digger, you have to use that also. In other words, it is more valuable than that the knowledge economy is all about. What you can, your brain and your thinking can bring about is more than what you simply inherited. Now, part 3 now. What are the implications of all this for education? Again, I have identified 5 examples. The first one I will explain as I go on. Literacy used to be the ability to read and write. Now there is something called digital literacy. And you know how many people cannot, whatever you can do now, if you can operate your phone. Do you know of grandmothers who want to send messages, they call their grandson, I beg, come and help me do them. So for you to be literate now, in addition to writing the way we know, the other thing that has happened is technology is now being used to make things work, especially in our teaching and learning. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the word leveraging. It does not mean that technology will replace the teacher. In teaching and learning, there's the human, emotional element. And when you say, thank you, very good, do this, your machine cannot do that. So what you leverage on is you draw on those things that can make things better. There used to be what we call audiovisual aids in teaching. Today you can press a button and say, AI or whatever, show me the image, the map of Nigeria. It will be seen. But whereas in the past, the teacher had to draw so many maps, tribes of Nigeria. Today you can work with your people, leveraging on technology to get all that done. That's now number 3 says broad-based general knowledge. It is to fight something that is bad in Nigeria, curriculum apartheid. You after Form 3 in those days, you are science-based or arts-based. When you say, who is the president of Nigeria? I didn't do political science. How does a radio work? I didn't do science. Today's world, you have to be broadly. You don't do this early. You don't what do you call it? Specialize early. And number 4 is oh, sorry. Oh, number 4 is, in those days, if they say you're educated, they say you know book. But if you know book, you don't know how to deal with people. Are you still useful? If you have the certificate grade 1, and when they say come and do this, you are too proud to learn. Or if you have a PhD, say come and do this. Yes, when I was doing my doctorate, I think you'll be sacked. So you need to sell the brain, what the brain can do and what the rest of the body can do. And teaching. Because of the new world and everything, teaching is now emphasizing more of guiding instead of telling. Telling is when I open my book and talk. In the end, I say, do you understand? If you don't understand, that's your problem. I go to the next lesson. But guiding is why, let's see how we all can do it. You find in the American system, you don't have examinations the way we have it. But every day you are learning. Some will learn faster than others as the teacher, and others will help everybody to get there. You are too dull and you are forgotten. That is no longer the case. Now, digital literacy, I talked about it. It has evolved, and today, do you know how many things you have to use that are digital, like the one I'm using now? Aha. Now when you say you've learned, it's no longer knowing book. Instead, it is what you'll be seeing now. Next 3 slides. It is book, cognitive skills, what your brain can do. It is also, it's also more than that. Sorry, the other thing I missed, I want to bring back. Yes. Who is disturbing me? Okay. Now, another thing that has risen, as I said, learning is not more than knowing book. So, the implications for us will come to that later. But secondly, what it means to be knowledgeable is no longer what you know, it's what you know and who you are and what you can do with what you know in view of who you are. And you know, it has been like that even in our culture. You come to, you are in school. When visitors come, you don't greet them. They say, what did they teach you in that school? They didn't teach you good morning. But assessment has taken, that's my next part. Assessment has taken three major parts, three major forms. People trying to assess so that you respond. The first one I was able to get is comprehensive assessment. And what it means is this. You see, learning is far more complex than a score on paper. That you score A or B doesn't mean necessarily that you've learned. So students, they have a truly effective assessment must be able to measure all the dimensions, your behavior and all that, because no single exam approach can capture all that. And to fit into the new world, you need examinations that can capture all that. So people have come out with comprehensive assessment, because if you are teaching jumping, the way you measure jumping is not the way you measure talking. The way you measure talking will not be the way you measure constructing. So you can't have a single part of, so the emphasis to evaluate learning comprehensively, because learning itself, to assess comprehensively, because being educated is a comprehensive thing. Now, furthermore, teaching objectives span a wide range. You are teaching for information, you are teaching for thinking, you are teaching for cooperation, you're teaching for explanation, and so on. So either recalling facts. What's the capital of Nigeria? You recall facts. Now, demonstrating a skill. How do you get this done? And when assessment is limited to tests, see as I put it in red, students tend to memorize. But after memorization, after the examination, they forget. And, oh la la. So, see what people have tried to do. The first one says, assessment for learning. That is, are these children prepared? How can I make them prepare? Assessment of learning. After we have done it, what have we achieved? And this is used. See, the explanation is this. Assessment for learning happens continuously during instruction. In other words, you don't wait till the end. Assessment as learning, everybody is part of the learning process. And the assessment of learning is at the end of it, the one you document. Now, oh la la. The rationale is this. When everything is used together, you promote children participation and not only the course content. And this is the same thing. Now, there's one example too, I have three, called matrix sampling. You know, an examination takes some time. So you want to make sure that every student don't take everything. For each group of students, you say, What is it they can do? You give them tests on their own. All these are experiments going on in the different of the world. But the problem with this is this. People say it reduces testing time, but the result you produce, you can't use it. So furthermore, people are doing more, engaging more experiments on that. And finally, number 3, technology-aided assessment tools. That is, now let's see what technology can do to help us. In Nigeria, we've got CBT, and you've seen other examples cited for results and processing certificates. So, but you note something said technology-aided. It means the technology that cannot exclude the human being. Now, the problem with this, sorry, I'll go back. The problem with the technology thing, everywhere you go, somebody is experimenting. And he said there's a plethora of experiments. But nobody can say to you, go and do likewise, because they are still testing and testing and testing and testing. So I think we have to do that. But now, finally, if Africa and Nigeria must fit into what is happening, that is adapting our testing to the rest of the world, I'll go through this quickly. What we need is a slow and steady methodology. In other words, we leap before we look before we leap. You don't say, I just come from Netherlands, they are doing this, I will do it. You notice what will happen. There's a sport called hop, step, and jump. Nigeria has been accused for hop, step, and the refusal to jump. That after deciding, after all the seminars, after all the strategies, we don't see what happens again. So, slow and steady. Number 2, when you listen to Neco and others, there's a lot that has been happening. And what this is saying is, ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us slowly refine on what we're doing before we go on to another one. And number 3 says adaptation. In other words, it is happening elsewhere. How do we use it in our own situation? Instead of saying, that is it. AI the answer. Go and use AI. Then, number 4, I would like to spend some time on backward integration. If you are manufacturing soft drinks, orange drinks, you are based in Kadu or Ikeja, but your work is always with the person growing the product. You call it backward integration. So I think examination bodies, or the people who taught me this, think examination bodies should work as much as possible more with the schools and the teachers, see how learning goes on, and see how the examination can modify what is happening, how teachers can do it better so that learning becomes possible. Because what you're assessing is success in learning. Before you can get success, how can you do something? Then, I followed the argument when Neco was to be established. One argument was that Nigeria is 70% of WAEC. Why do you want to start another one again? The other one is that we're already examining our ministries. Where are these other countries? And so on. Where will the money come from? And all the rest of it. And I think Professor Adeniro would correct me, for 2 or 3 years there were states of the Federation that didn't accept Neco. But it has established itself now. But what has happened is that what we need to do now is to have synergetic relationship among all the examining bodies. We have NAPTEP, we have Neco, we have others. Some states have something. Can they start coming together and learn from one another? And what synergy means is simply this. 1 + 1 is normally 2. But where there is synergy, this one's power, this one's contribution, 1 + 1 becomes more than 2. And and, oh, come on. And you see, when you say somebody is not online, I'll say it's probably because the nation is not in line. And I think whatever we're doing, and technology must come in, let the nation help us by ensuring we are in line, meaning we have access to and we can make the use of technology before they start doing it. I'm not saying that we should stop, but I think they should be accompanied by what we're doing. And, oh la la. And I'm glad we had a colleague here from South Africa and so on. And as I was whispering to him, whatever we do in Africa, please let also collaborate, let also work with others. When Nigerians talk, they say over there, overseas. I tell them I don't know overseas, but I know over forest. Because there are certain things they do well in Cotonou, and you don't do it well here, or they do well in Niger, we don't do here. Or certain innovations, so please, so these are just my suggestions. Slow and steady process. Don't rush. What we're doing now, let's progressively refine them. They'll give us good rules. And this backward integration, so that we have influence on the schools and relationship between other people doing this job, and ensuring that the nation puts us in line, so that we all can get online. And we are coming. So what do we take away from what I've been talking? Because I'm being asked to stop. So let's see what is there in red. Can anybody read it for me? I was trying to read, I couldn't see it. It said education. Let me hear you.
Education for all means all our leaders, all our learners learning.
So if our Lord goes school and the school doesn't go to them, what do you get? So therefore, we need, for us here, we need assessment methods that equal access to what you know and who you are and what you can do with what you know because of you are. That's equal this into the two. And as I was saying, this will take 3 interlocking steps. The upstream will be when we all get together to say these are the issues, so where do we go from here? The midstream is we get the solution, or we propose a solution. The downstream is we start implementing, but you implement with what we call action research. You don't say it has started. You watch to see how is it starting. And for anything to succeed, you need what is on the scroll. Let's read it aloud. So it's not from today go, this is what we are going to do. But as we do in native, my people, oh, how we go solve this problem, oh, and everybody put their mouth there. After they put their mouth, they put their hand. That's what you have there, ladies and gentlemen. And because the military people are looking at me, let me rush. I'm going to give everybody a test, and that's a test. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Calling, ladies and gentlemen. That was a beautiful presentation by our own Professor Pai Obanya, Institute of Education, University of Ibadan, a renowned educationist, a towering figure in African education. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to tap from the fountain of the old in wisdom and clarity. Please, can we collectively put our hands together for this professor? Having that, the man that just spoke, it's over 80 years. And hear him speaks in oratory, clarity, and precision. Please, another round of applause for him again. The chairman of this event has asked that we all rise to our feet, please. That's what the chairman said. It's not me asking you to rise, but the chairman talking about the former head of state. Having done that, just a stretch of your legs, then turn and say, well done, everyone. You can now have your seat. Please, a round of applause for you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you look at our program, there will be a slight adjustment. We will move to the next lead paper presentation, which will be anchored by the Speaker, House of Representatives, our own right, Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON. Incidentally, the Speaker, who is a legislator of intellect and intent, represents a fusion of scholarship and statesmanship. His leadership within the National Assembly reflects a deep commitment to institutional strengthening, making law a living instrument of national progress. A scholar in his own right, a legislator par excellence. He is represented by his deputy, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, Deputy Speaker. Shortly, he will join us. If he comes, let us know. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu is a dynamic legislator, lawyer and statesman who rise in the Nigerian's political landscape reflects a blend of intellect, eloquence, and progressive leadership. As Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, he has distinguished himself as a strong advocate for national unity, legislative reforms, and inclusive governance. With a calm yet commanding presence, Right Honorable Kalu continues to shape parliamentary discourse while championing policies aimed at strengthening democracy and advancing national development. He will be speaking on behalf of the Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our lead speaker, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, ably represented by Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented by Barrister Bashiru Maduga, Special Advisor to the President on Legal Compliance, Office of the Vice President. Your Excellency, the former Head of State, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Abusalami Abubakar, GCFR, retired, ably represented by Ambassador Zubairu Dada, former Minister of State, Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Niger State, His Excellency Farmer Umaru Bago, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, former Comrade Yakubu Gaba, the leadership and members of National Assembly, here present using Professor Ihomvere, as well as Honorable Halims. As a point of contact, the Chief Host, the Honorable Minister of Education, my brother Tunji Alausa, CON, the Honorable Minister of State, Suwaiba Ahmed. The Royal Father of the Day, His Royal Highness Dr. Alhaji Yahaya Abubakar, Esunupe, other Royal Fathers here present, former Minister of Education, the Registrar, Chief Executive, National Examination Council, Neco, Chairman and Board members, National Examination Council here present, former registrars and former board members of Neco here present, head of education institution here present, head of ministries, department and agencies here present, head of security agencies here present, the President International Association for Educational Assessment, Dr. Mafu Rakomesi, the President Association for Education Assessment in Africa, Dr. Shetu Kebede, the guest speaker, Professor Pai Obanya, the book reviewer, the leader of the House, Julius Ihumvere, the management and staff of Neco, here present, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the House of Representatives, where I serve as the Deputy Speaker, and I've been mandated by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, my brother, my friend, my partner, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, PhD, GCON, to help deliver this message to Neco. He would have been here in person, but today is Thursday, and we'll do plenary today, which actually goes live on television. So there was no way he would have been here at the same time taking care of what is happening in the parliament. So he has asked me to stand in for him with regards to this lecture. And this is titled Legislating for Integrity and Innovation in National Assessment System, Strengthening Public Trust in Nigeria's Education Credential. And we are going to split the lecture into parts. There will be the opening part, there will be the introduction part, where we will talk about context, talk about significance, talk about legislative perspective. And then we have the third part, which is going to be talking about conceptual foundation, which will focus on integrity and innovation. And then we have the fourth part, which is going to handle the Nigerian assessment ecosystem. And after that, we'll look at threats to integrity in national assessment systems. We will also look at innovation deficits and opportunities. And after that, what is the role of the legislature? And we'll be going from there to look at the phase policy roadmap with regards to what NECO stands for. And we'll be concluding by reframing assessment as a national governance priority. That is how we'll be concluding this lecture. And after that, we'll be giving the paper to NECO with the relevant references in case you want to cross-check the position of this paper. So it is my pleasure to participate in this significant occasion as the National Examination Council celebrates 25 years of dedicated national service. Milestones of these magnitudes are consequential. They prompt both reflection, forward-looking assessment, compelling us to evaluate the institution's progress, while also considering the additional effort required to address the evolving demands of the environment. It is, therefore, fitting to commend NECO and its successful leadership for the professionalism, for the resilience, and the commitment to public service that have sustained the institution since its inception in 1999, under Degree 69, now codified within the National Examination Council Establishment Act of the Parliament. The administration of national examination within a country as expansive, as diverse, and as intricate as Nigeria is no routine administrative function. It is a national obligation that demands discipline, that demands technical expertise, and a robust ethical foundation. Over the past 25 years, NECO has significantly broadened access to certification, reinforced national ownership of assessment, and offered an additional pathway through which millions of young Nigerians have demonstrated their preparedness for further education and employment. These accomplishments merit appropriate recognition. Anniversaries, however, are not merely occasions for celebration. They are also opportunities for critical evaluation. Enduring institutions are characterized by their ability to persist through continual renewal, achieved not by neglecting challenges, but by confronting them with transparency and deliberate intent. I approach this discussion from multiple vantage points. I speak as Speaker of the House of Representatives, charged with responsibility of lawmaking, oversight, and representation. I also speak as someone who has spent years in the academic community and remains convinced that the credibility of the educational system is fundamental to national development. These perspectives converge on a single proposition: the strength of a nation's assessment system is inseparable from the strength of its institutions. Let us look at the context, look at the significance, and look at the legislative perspective of this discussion. This anniversary signifies a noteworthy occasion, not solely for institutional celebration, but for deliberate reflection on the role of national assessment system in shaping Nigerians' developmental trajectory. Institutions such as Neco operate at the intersection of education, governance, and the economy. They determine how competence is recognized, how opportunities are allocated, and how merit is maintained. They constitute an essential component of the silent infrastructure of the modern state. When functioning with credibility, they enhance the life prospects of countless young individuals. When they fail, the consequences extend well beyond the educational domain, affecting labor markets, public trust, and the social contract. It is therefore appropriate that discussions at these milestones center on integrity and also center on innovation. These two principles must be understood not as parallel objectives, but as mutually reinforcing imperatives. Integrity ensures that assessment outcomes are credible, are fair, and resistant to manipulation. Innovation ensures that systems remain responsive to changing technological, economic, and social conditions. A system that is secure but outdated will struggle to serve a digitally evolving society, while a system that is technologically advanced but lacks credibility will fail to command trust. The challenge for Nigeria is to build an assessment ecosystem in which both principles are pursued in tandem and embedded within institutional practice. From a legislative perspective, the credibility of national assessment system is not a narrow sectorial concern, but a matter of public policy with wide-ranging implications. The National Assembly, and particularly the House of Representatives, bears a constitutional responsibility to shape the institutional environment within which these systems operate, exercised through lawmaking, through oversight function, through appropriation, and through policy coordination. For a country with a wide and youthful population, the stakes are particularly high. There is also a broader strategic dimension to it. Weak credentialing systems create vulnerabilities to identity fraud, undermine confidence in public institutions, and contribute to perceptions of unfairness in the allocation of opportunity. Where merit is perceived as unreliable, social trust erodes, and the legitimacy of institution is weakened. In this sense, the integrity of assessment system is linked to the stability and cohesion of the state. Let us go to the third part of this conversation, which I mentioned before as a conceptual foundation that will focus mainly on integrity on one side and innovation on the other side. A rigorous understanding of national assessment system must commence with a clearer delineation of two fundamental concepts: integrity and innovation. Integrity pertains to the degree to which assessment procedures and results are credible, are equitable, and assimilate new methods, technologies, and institutional practices. These concepts are analytically distinct, but inherently interdependent. Integrity without innovation may lead to stagnation, while innovation devoid of integrity risks eroding stakeholder trust. Human capital theory posits that investment in education enhances economic productivity only when knowledge and skill are precisely measured and verified. This according to Becker and also Schulz, 1964 as well as 1961. Theory emphasizes that credentials function as indicators of competence within labor market, characterized by asymmetric information with their value contingent upon trust. That's according to Spence in 1973. Institutional theory highlights that trust is foundational to the legitimacy and effectiveness of public institutions. That you will find in Fukuyama in 2001. Countries with transparent and credible assessment system consistently record stronger learning outcomes and more efficient labor transition. And this is supported by Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, integrity in assessment is intricately connected to the broader framework of validity in educational measurement. Messick in 1989 defines validity as a unified construct encompassing the accuracy, fairness, and consequential use of test scores. The standard for educational and psychological testing similarly underscores validity, reliability, fairness, and security as fundamental principles governing assessment design. And this you will find in American Educational Research Association 2014. Integrity also encompasses an institutional dimension, emphasizes that accountability mechanism, including transparent procedures, independent oversight, and enforceable sanctions are essential to ensuring that public institutions adhere to their mandate. Innovation in assessment system is both technological and pedagogical. Technology innovation encompassing computer-based testing, digital registration, biometric verification, data analytics can improve efficiency, scalability, and security, but introduces novel risks, including cyber security threats, data privacy concerns, and unequal access. Formative assessment can substantially enhance learning outcome by delivering feedback that guides instruction, and performance-based assessment more efficiently and effectively measure high-order skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration. Within high-stakes systems, such as those administered by Neco and other national entities, ensuring that innovation does not undermine integrity. It necessitates meticulous design, rigorous governance, and ongoing evaluation. The fourth part of this conversation is on the Nigerian assessment ecosystem. How does it look? Nigeria maintains a complex, multi-layered assessment architecture involving several national bodies with overlapping yet distinct mandates. Neco occupies a pivotal position as Nigeria's indigenous examination authority. WAEC functions as a regional authority providing internationally recognized certification. JAMB, on the other hand, conducts tertiary entrance examinations, and NAPTEP concentrates on technical and vocational assessment. Collectively, they administer examinations to millions of candidates annually, rendering Nigeria one of the largest assessment environments globally. Although this institutional diversity reflects a genuine effort to address various aspects of the educational system, it concurrently introduces substantial coordination challenges. The coexistence of multiple bodies with overlapping responsibilities have resulted in a proliferation of high-stake assessments. Candidates are often required to undertake several examinations, including WAEC, Neco, JAMB, and in many cases, post-UTME assessment. This multiplicity amplifies the financial and psychological burden on candidates, creates redundancy in testing, and raises questions about the system's efficiency and coherence. Comparative analysis indicates that streamlined framework, such as those in the United Kingdom, as well as Singapore, can diminish redundancy while upholding high standard through robust regulatory coordination. This is also the opinion of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in their paperwork that presented in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, the ecosystem must be comprehended within the wider context of federalism. Education is a shared responsibility between the federal government and the state government in Nigeria, with capacity, infrastructure, and administrative efficiency varying across regions. Examination authorities depend on coordination across federal, state, and institutional actors, and variations in capacity across these layers can produce inconsistencies in examination condition. This is according to the report of the World Bank in 2018. Standard national criteria are therefore enforced with heterogeneous operational environments, which can influence both fairness and validity. Let us look at number 5 in the structure of this lecture today, which has to do with threats to integrity in national assessment system. Ladies and gentlemen, the integrity of national assessment system is essential to the credibility of educational results, the legitimacy of certification, and the proper functioning of merit-based opportunity framework. In Nigeria, this integrity is persistently challenged by a combination of structural, institutional, socio-economic, and technological factors. The most conspicuous manifestation is examination malpractice. Recent data illustrate both the scale of the problem and the signs of progress under stricter enforcement. Both Neco and WAEC have reported encouraging reduction in recent cycles. We must commend you for that. In the 2023 West African Senior School Certificate Examination, approximately 16% of candidates were implicated in cases of malpractice. But by 2024, that figure had fallen to roughly 12%. You can clap again. Representing some 215,000 candidates. In the 2025 cycle, it declined further to approximately 9.5%. Neco has reported a similar trajectory with a reduction of nearly 62% in recorded cases between 2024 and 2025, settling at roughly 9.5% of candidates. They demand an applause. Thank you. Beyond individual misconduct, the institutional dimension is particularly striking. In 2025 cycle alone, More than 500 schools were sanctioned, and over 100 others were flagged for organized whole center cheating. Taken together, these figures support several conclusions. First, enforcement does produce results. Biometrics authentication improved logistics, and tighter supervision generated real and measurable reductions. Second, even at improved levels, roughly 1 in 10 candidates remain affected within a high-stake national framework. Third, the persistence of the problem and its increasingly organized character indicates that the underlying structural causes have not been fully addressed. The drivers of malpractice are complex. The high-stakes nature of public examination is principal among them. Since results determine access to tertiary education, employment, and social mobility, corruption within the education system is most widespread where high-stake assessments combine with weak enforcement. Socio-economic pressure further exacerbates these dynamics, with malpractice often occurring through network that facilitate question leakage, collusion, and post-examination manipulation. Although legal framework criminalizing malpractice exists, enforcement has been inconsistent, diminishing their deterrent effect. Digital tools, while enhancing security, have also enabled new forms of malpractice. Cautions, according to Williamson in 2017, cautions that digital system must be governed by a robust framework to address risks of cybersecurity, data privacy, and misuse. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now the fourth structure of this lecture, where I mentioned that we'll be looking at innovation deficits as well as opportunities. Equally important is the pace, the depth, and the coherence of innovation. Innovation here should be understood not merely as the adoption of technology, but as the systematic renewal of assessment, design, delivery mechanism, institutional coordination, and the utilization of data. The Nigerian assessment ecosystem has achieved incremental progress, but achievements and advancements remain inconsistent, fragmented, and insufficiently aligned with the requirement of a rapidly evolving educational and economic landscape. A primary deficiency lies in the ongoing dominance of traditional, paper-based, high-stake examination. While such systems have ensured standardization, they are increasingly constrained in the ability to encompass the full spectrum of competencies required in modern society. This according to Bennett 2015 and Stoback 2008. And their high-stake character promotes teaching to the test. Bodies such as JAM have demonstrated the feasibility of large-scale computer-based testing. Yet, adoption remains inconsistent, and the uneven pace of digital transformation raises critical issues concerning fairness and accessibility. Opportunities are considerable. Formative and summative integration can enhance learning outcome. Performance-based assessment offers a more holistic measure of competence, and data analytics can monitor performance and guide policy. Comparative experiences provide valuable insight. In the United Kingdom, the Office of Qualification and Examination Regulation maintains a central regulatory framework that guarantees uniformity, that guarantees equality across the examination board. Singapore employs a highly coordinated system through the Singapore Examination and Assessment Board, integrating national examinations with overarching educational objective. What of India? India's National Testing Agency has centralized entrance examination to reduce redundancy and enhance standardization. These instances demonstrate that Innovation in assessment systems often entail not only technological advancement, but institutional redesign. I want to talk about the role of the legislature as we round up. From the constitutional standpoint, the legislature influences assessment system through three principal tools: lawmaking, oversight function, and appropriation. Each directly impacts integrity and innovation. Lawmaking establishes the institutional framework and standards. Oversight ensures compliance and accountability. Appropriation allocates the resources for effective and secure operations. Their effectiveness depends on coordination towards shared policy objective. An initial legislative imperative is the modernization of legal framework. Many statutes underpinning Nigeria's assessment institutions were enacted during an era of paper-based examination and frequently lack explicit provision for computer-based testing, digital certification, cybersecurity, and data governance. It was Callahan and Greene in 2019 who emphasized that obsolete legal regimes are a common vulnerability in public examination system. Legislative reform must update this framework, including provisions for secure digital operations, biometric verification, and the regulation of third-party technology providers. Enforcement must also be strengthened. Provisions criminalizing malpractice exist, but the application has been inconsistent. Legislative measures should clarify offenses, harmonize penalties, and ensure liabilities across candidates, educational authorities, invigilators, and organized networks. Institutional independence and accountability are another priority. Examination bodies must operate with sufficient autonomy to prevent unwarranted interference while remaining accountable to public authority and stakeholders. Legislative framework should establish transparent governance structure, merit-based appointments, and explicit reporting obligations. Comparative experience indicates that systems with independent regulatory oversight generally attain higher level of credibility and public trust. Through its appropriation function, the House can also influence institutional behavior by linking funding to performance outcome. Performance-informed budgeting can enhance accountability when complemented by transparent reporting and independent verification. This is according to World Bank report in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the third function of the House of Rep, or if you like, the legislature, is oversight function. Oversight is equally vital. The challenge is not whether it exists, but whether it is sufficiently systematic, whether it is evidence-driven, whether it is capable of producing enforceable outcome. Performance-based oversight requires explicit indicators covering examination integrity, processing efficiency, and stakeholder satisfaction. As Bovens in 2007 emphasized, accountability is meaningful only when it includes the capacity to enforce consequences. Public hearings and stakeholders' consultations further enable the House to incorporate the views of students, the views of parents, the views of educators, the views of the civil society. The number 8 structure of this lecture is what we tag a phased policy roadmap. The reform of Nigeria's assessment system must be implemented in phases. The immediate priority is to restore credibility through stronger enforcement and clearer standard. Consistent sanctions of malpractice, and the protection of whistleblowers, and the closure of gaps in legal definitions and penalties. The medium-term objectives are to integrate systems, minimize redundancy, and reform assessment design through deeper coordination among examination bodies, harmonize their standard, and deliberate and deliberate adoption of digital tools with appropriate safeguard, including investment in competence-based methods that better measure the skills that the modern economy demand. The long-term vision is a trusted national assessment infrastructure that fosters learning, that enhances labor market efficiency, and support national development. Let me conclude by looking at reframing assessment as a national governance priority. This lecture has underscored a fundamental point. National assessment systems are not merely technical instruments for educational policy. They are critical governance institutions that shape opportunities, that demonstrate competence, that preserve public trust. In Nigeria, challenges such as examination malpractice, institutional fragmentation, technological change, and socio-economic pressure reveal broader issues of state capacity, regulation, and societal expectation. Addressing them requires more than administrative correction. It requires recognizing assessment as an integral component of national governance. Fundamentally, the issue revolves around trust. Assessment systems operate effectively only when stakeholders, including students, parents, educators, employers, and the public, trust that outcomes are equitable, that outcomes are dependable, that outcomes are meaningful. Trust is not established through proclamations. It is cultivated through consistent institutional performance, transparent procedures, and credible enforcement. Once diminished, it is difficult to restore, and its absence compromises both the educational and the economic infrastructures. For the House of Representatives, this reframing presents both an obligation as well as an opportunity. By executing its legislative oversight and funding responsibilities with clarity and purpose, the House can help build an assessment system that earns trust and advances national progress. The true measure of success is not the quantity of examinations conducted or certificates conferred, but the extent to which those certifications reflect genuine competence, command international recognition, and contribute to a skilled and productive workforce. Nigeria possesses the capacity to address this challenge. Our task is to harmonize policy, institutions, and practices towards an assessment system that is credible, an assessment system that is meaningful, an assessment system that is trusted. On this 25th anniversary, may Neco continue to serve our country with distinction, and may every certificate it issues command the trust it deserves. I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you for listening. God bless Neco. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, let's put our hands together for the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, GCON, who is here represented by the Deputy Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, CFR. Thank you very much. And let me use this time to thank all our lawmakers for promoting and contributing to laws that strengthen quality education, accessibility, transparency, and accountability. Well done. At this point, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our next speaker is known as a man who is revolutionizing agriculture in his state. And under his stewardship, he has repositioned Niger State to be a force to reckon with when it comes to agriculture, creating and building new frontiers for investment opportunities. I'm talking about His Excellency, the former Governor Umaru Mohammed Bago, who is here represented by the Deputy Governor of Niger State, Comrade Yakubu Garba. Please put your hands together as he makes his way for his address.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my boss, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented by Barrister Bashir Madugu, the Speaker, House of Representatives, ably represented by the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Your Excellency, the former Head of State, General Abdulsalam Abubakar, GCFR, ably represented by my father, Ambassador Zubairu Dada. Member of the National Assembly present here, Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Chunja Alausa, His Royal Highness, the Emir of Bida, and the Chairman of the Traditional Council of Chiefs in Niger State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on the existing protocol because of time. It is with profound gratitude that I join today to celebrate this remarkable milestone of excellence, the 25th anniversary of the National Examination Council, Neco. Let me begin by congratulating the registrar, management, and staff, and all stakeholders of Neco for keeping the standard and sustaining this important institution over the past 25 years. This is no small achievement, especially for an institution saddled with the responsibility of conducting national examination. It reflects resilience, commitment, and shared belief in the power of of Nigeria pursuing their dreams through fair and standardized assessment. Over the year, NECO has not only expanded access to examination, but has also contributed significantly to strengthening confidence in our education sector. The Council has remained relevant by adapting to challenges, embracing innovation, and improving its process to meet global standards. As we celebrate this Silver Jubilee, it is important to reflect not just on the journey so far, but also on the roads ahead. The future of education is challenging. Rapidly, technology, innovation, and global competitiveness are redefining how knowledge is delivered and assessed. Institutions like NECO must continue to evolve to meet these challenges and remain relevant in shaping Nigeria's educational future. In Niger State, we strongly believe that education is the foundation upon which sustainable development is built. Under our administration, we are committed to improving access to quality education, investing in infrastructure, supporting teachers, and creating the enabling environment for learning. We recognize that examination bodies such as NECO play a crucial role in this ecosystem by upholding credibility, merit, and fairness. We must also commend NECO for its efforts in promoting inclusivity by making examinations accessible to students across urban and rural communities, including those with disabilities. This is vital in bridging educational gaps and ensuring that no child is left behind, fostering a truly equitable and educational system. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, I urge NECO to also always be ahead by deepening its reforms, such as expanding digital infrastructure, strengthening integrity strengthening integrity system, and adopting innovative assessment methods. This initiative will help improve efficiency, transparency, and trust, ensuring Neco remain a pillar of Nigerian educational system. To the students, the primary beneficiaries of Neco services, we encourage you to remain focused, disciplined, and committed to excellence. Your dedication and success are vital to Nigerian progress, and your future holds the promise of shaping our nation's destiny. Finally, on behalf of my principal, I once again congratulate Neco on its significant milestone. We are confident that year ahead will bring even greater achievement and impact. Thank you for the invitations to be part of this historic celebration. Long live Neco, long live Niger State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. The Gwakpe Cultural Troupe, thank you so much. Thank you, Gwakpe. Thank you very much, the Gwakpe Cultural Troupe. That was the former governor, Governor Umaru Muhammad Bago, ably represented by his humble, able, and capable deputy governor, our own comrade. Please, another round of applause for him. Recognizing especially all the vice chancellors of universities who are present, we warmly recognize you and thank you for your time. Professor Paiko, the VC Abdul Kader Kure University, we also appreciate your presence. All heads of the federal parastatals present here, we recognize you and appreciate you warmly. Hajja Zainab Yushau Mamman, representing the Registrar National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies. And by us, we welcome you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are edging closer to the wrap of this event, but permit me to, at this point, invite our distinguished guest of honor, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, a thinker in governance and a stabilizing force in leadership. He brings intellectual rigor and political depth to the national stage. His presence always signals continuity, resilience, and the quiet power of ideas, shaping policy at the highest level of the Republic. Incidentally, he is represented by the Special Senior Advisor to the President on Legal and Compliance, Office of the Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Barrister Bashir Medugu as he delivers the speech of the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Executive Governor of Niger State, ably represented by His Excellency the Deputy Governor, members of the Federal Executive Council, former Head of State, General Abdusalami Abubakar, ably represented by Ambassador Abubakar Dada, our Royal Highness, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Yahya Abubakar, the Ed Sunipe, the Board and Chairman of the board and the registrars of Neco, and other distinguished guests. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to read the speech of the Vice President, His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima. It is a great pleasure and honor to join you today as we celebrate the Silver Jubilee anniversary of the National Examination Council. This milestone is not merely a ceremonial observance, it is a profound testament to collective national resolve, our enduring faith in the Nigerian child, and unwavering commitment to educational excellence. 25 years ago, Neco was established with a clear and patriotic mandate to provide a standardized, credible, and nationally owned examination framework capable of assessing the academic progress of Nigerian students with integrity, fairness, and global relevance. It was conceived as a vehicle for strengthening confidence in our educational system and ensuring that the aspirations of our young people are matched with credible opportunities for advancement. From its formative years, Neco demonstrated a determination to build robust examination processes, secure and transparent assessment systems, and a grading structures capable of withstanding the pressures of complexities of an expanding educational landscape. Over the years, the Council has steadily evolved beyond a single window examination body into a comprehensive national assessment institution, serving the diverse needs of public and private schools across every part of our country. Through sustained investments in capacity building, examiner training, and the modernization of assessment methodologies, Neco has continued to enhance the reliability, fairness, and timeliness of its services. It is gladdening to understand that the Council has also embraced innovation and technological advancement, deploying digital solutions to improve examination administration, result processing, accessibility, transparency, and overall operational efficiency. In doing so, Neco has continued to align itself with the global best practices in educational assessment and institutional governance. Today, as we commemorate this remarkable 25-year journey, we are proud to state that Neco stands proudly as one of Africa's foremost examination bodies, continually refining its processes, expanding strategic partnerships, and upholding the highest standard of integrity in the conduct of examinations. At this point, it is fitting that we pause to honor the visionary leaders and patriotic Nigerians whose foresight and courage laid the foundation for this enduring institution. In particular, we acknowledge with profound gratitude the immense contributions of former President Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, whose leadership and enduring belief in the transformative power of education provided the impetus for the establishment of a unified and credible national examination body. We also pay tribute to former head of state, General Abdusalami Abubakar, GCFR, whose steady leadership and commitment to institutional development created the enabling environment necessary for NECO's successful takeoff and early consolidation. Their contributions to the restructuring and strengthening of Nigeria's educational architecture remain indelibly etched in our national history. We equally salute all former ministers of education whose policy direction, advocacy, and institutional support helped guide Neco through various phases of growth. Their stewardship ensured that the Council remained responsive to the evolving needs of our educational sector while maintaining compliance with international standards. Appreciation also extends to first governing board members whose strategic oversight, governance, reforms, and institutional guidance strengthened the credibility and operational effectiveness of the Council. To all former and serving registrars here present and those that are not present and the late, management teams and members of staff of Neco, I commend your professionalism, resilience, and education and dedication. Through your tireless service, often rendered quietly behind the scenes, you have transformed an idea into a respected and enduring national institution. I also recognize the invaluable contributions of examination supervisors, center coordinators, security agencies, teachers, parents, and students whose collective cooperation and trust have sustained NECO's mandate over the years. As NECO enters the next phase of its institutional journey, I urge the Council to redouble its efforts to greater excellence, innovation, and global competitiveness. We must continue to deepen our commitment to upholding integrity in the examination administration and strengthening security mechanisms that safeguard the sanctity of assessments, ensuring transparent, accurate, and timely release of results to candidates, institutions, and stakeholders, expanding continuous professionalism and professional development opportunities for educators, examiners, and administrators, leveraging technology and strategic partnerships to improve access, efficiency, and innovation in education, educational assessment in this era of AI. Strengthening governance systems, data-driven decision-making, and institutional accountability at every level. Above all, the examination body should continue to be affordable. The examination should be continued to be affordable to the ordinary child. Education remains the bedrock of national development. A nation that invests in credible assessment systems invests directly in the quality of its human capital and the future of its society. As a government under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we remain committed to creating an enabling environment for educational institutions to thrive and for Nigerian students to compete confidently on the global stage. Let us therefore continue to inspire our young people to dream boldly, study diligently, embrace integrity, and contribute meaningfully to national development. On behalf of the federal government of Nigeria, I extend congratulations to the management, staff, and stakeholders of the National Examinations Council, NECO, on this historic Silver Jubilee celebration. May NECO continue to grow from strength to strength as a beacon of excellence, integrity, and opportunity for generations of Nigerians to come. May God Almighty continue to bless NECO, bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and guide our youth towards a brighter and more prosperous future. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria once again. Thank you.
Once again, let's appreciate His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, who is here represented by Barrister Bashir Medugu. Thank you very much for those kind words. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we've come to the point where we get to find out what is inside the 25th anniversary book of the National Examinations Council, a comprehensive compendium of 25 years of its hurdles, the milestones, and of course, the transformation that we're witnessing today. How has the body upheld its academic integrity over these years? Allow me to please welcome our book reviewer for today, the House Majority Leader, a man who brings intellectual firepower to every discourse, Right Honorable Professor Julius Ihobere. He is our book reviewer. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I know we're far gone in terms of time. Kindly allow me to stand on the protocol established by the two speakers before me. But I especially acknowledge the representative of Mr. Vice President, the representative of the former president. I acknowledge our royal father, Alhaji Yahya Abubakar Detsundope, and the representative of the governor who is here, as well as the minister. My duty is pretty straightforward, which is to review the book as put together by Neco. So I'll proceed to read the book review. The title of the book I'm reviewing is 25 Years of Neco, Evolution, Challenges, and Contributions to Nigeria's Educational Assessment. The author of the book is Neco. Publishers, Center for Democratic Development Research and Training. They provide no email or address as to where they are located, but I heard from someone that this center is in Zaria. I hope it's correct. The ISBN number is 978-78795-455-3. Number of chapters, 7. Number of pages, 12145. Year of publication, 2025. And it also has a bibliography and an index. It is important when institutions survive decades of hard work, challenges, and achievements that they present to the public a brag document. In this way, they attract public attention, scrutiny, and support. They also, in some way, encourage other institutions to sit up and perhaps begin to document their own achievements. So far, our public institutions are weak in this regard. We have them in the hundreds. We don't know when they were formed, what they do, how they've done it, what are the challenges, where they are going, and where they hope to get to. And I think they will learn from this. This book represents such a positive effort. In the acknowledgements, Professor Dantani Ibrahim Ushishi, Registrar and Chief Executive of the National Examinations Council, Neco, asserts that in over 25 years, quote, Neco has contributed significantly to improving the reliability, accessibility, and credibility of national examinations, unquote. And that in doing so, Neco has, quote, supported informed decision-making, expanded educational opportunities, and promoted excellence across Nigeria's diverse educational system, unquote. In essence, this is what the book is all about. The acknowledgement is quickly followed by a foreword written by the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, as well as a preface penned by my good friend, brother, and fellow compatriot, Dr. Abubakar Siddiq Mohammed, Chairman of the Governing Board of Neco, 2018 to 2022. Chapter 1 provides a historical survey of post-primary examinations in Nigeria and the objective conditions that led to the creation of Neco in the context of an evolving post-colonial educational system. It also reviews Nigeria's education policies over the years and challenges of conducting post-primary examinations, identifying, among others, quote, logistics, leakages, malpractice, or compromise of standards on page 7. The chapter on pages 10 to 11 itemizes the reasons why Neco was created, to include national sovereignty and educational independence, uniform standards and national priorities, curbing examination malpractices, reducing financial burden on students and parents, and meeting increasing demand, unquote. With a policy pronouncement under the General Abacha regime in 1997, Neco opened for business in the year 2000. You find this on pages 11 to 12. Immediately after that, on pages 12 to 14, they outlined the mandate of Neco. When you get the book, you will see a comprehensive rendition of the mandate of Neco. The book in chapter 2 provides a detailed and refreshing description of the, quote, governing board and management of Neco 1999 to 2024, the structure, achievements, and challenges. The chapter also provides beautiful and glossy color photographs of many of his past officials, including directors and zonal directors, as well as a listing of his officials that contributed to building the institution. I think that shows very clearly that the current management looked well back into history to map its path into the future. Chapters 3 and 4, covering pages 66 to 106, provide the reader with a comprehensive discussion of the challenges of conducting nationwide examinations and a comparative analysis of students' performance in Neco and other examination bodies from 2000 to 2004. Reading through chapter 3 is almost like reading through an INEC document when it declares that conducting, quote, large-scale examinations are an arduous and highly technical task, and that, quote, it involves the design, documentation, administration, and quantitative planning of examination materials, as well as complex logistics to ensure conduct across diverse geographical locations. It looks like somebody planning an election. And then on page 66, chapter 3, it outlines the early policy innovations initiated by Neco, the Neco management to survive, as well as key internal strategies adopted to respond to existential contradictions. You've heard about enemies and competition and so on. In that chapter, it outlines the structural and operational challenges as including examination leakages, examination malpractice, delay in the release of appropriated funds, logistics and transportation challenges, compromised supervisors, communication problems, late registration by candidates and some state governments, indebtedness of some state governments, improper labeling of script parcels, and registration errors. You find that on page 74. I must commend that Neco management have been protecting state governments that owe them. They protect their identity. When I was chairman of basic education, I asked Professor Dantani, give me the names of these states let me write and call these governors and even publish their names so they will pay. Till I left office as a chairman, he never gave me the names of the states. So they have their way of working out to collect their money. How did Neco respond to these seemingly daunting challenges? The book outlines these in pages 76 to 91, detailing the numerous and very innovative integrity measures it initiated and deployed to building efficiency and credibility that included blacklisting of supervisors, the recognition of schools, and cancellation of results. In 2023 alone, 52 supervisors were blacklisted and 93 schools were found to have engaged in whole school mass cheating in examinations involving thousands of students. I want to think that just blacklisting and delisting may not be enough. Some very serious prosecution and sanctions will be necessary. I think as a legislator, I will bring this up on the floor to look at the regulations and the laws so that when they punish these supervisors and schools properly, others will learn their lessons and disease. Nigerians don't fear anything except proper punishment that is documented in law. Chapter 5 is a detailed review of reforms in Neco and the challenges 2018 to 2022, where we are fed with very rich information on Neco Governing Board 2018 to 2022, the tenure of Dr. Abubakar Siddiq Mohammed, fondly referred to as the, quote, reforming chairman, unquote, governance and anti-corruption innovations, technological and other institutional and operational reforms that have helped shape what Neco represents today. The book concludes that the reforms have had far-reaching impact, which include institutional stability, financial transparency, restoration of public trust, enhanced operational efficiency, improved examination integrity, and modernization of services. You get more details on this on pages 106 to 119. Chapter 6 focuses on the National Examination Council from domestic to international recognition, 1999 to 2024, detailing how the institution overcame early challenges, built structures, consolidated due process, nurtured integrity, and expanded its portfolio to include mandates to conduct examinations beyond Nigeria. And I think this is a wonderful achievement which we've spoken about how they operate in several countries. But I won't bother to mention these countries. You can find details of the countries that now enjoy Neco benefits on pages 120 to 128. Finally, chapter 7, the last chapter in the book, concludes this book by restating Neco's place of pride in Nigeria, Africa, and the world through a steady deployment of technology, administrative dexterity, and emphasis on service delivery. In concluding, the book asserts with pride thus, and I quote, 25 years later, Neco has grown into one of Africa's most extensive, technologically driven, and nationally rooted assessment institutions. Its history is not simply a chronology of events. It is a narrative of resilience, institutional learning, leadership dynamism, bureaucratic adaptation, and continuous pursuit of credible national assessment standards, unquote. You find this on page 129. What more can I say about the book and Neco after such a self-assessment, which I agree with? As a former chairman of the House Committee on Basic Education in the 9th House of Representatives with oversight responsibilities over Neco, and current leader of the House of Representatives, I can confirm that the conclusion above is correct. Neco, thank you. Neco sure deserves commendation for its achievements, and I dare say it represents an example of how to build, nurture, manage and deploy the services of a public institution to the pride of a nation. Yet, the management, staff, and friends of Neco cannot afford to relax. The current position is really the beginning of more work to truly refocus, reposition, and consolidate Neco's position in the educational assessment community. Exam malpractice remains a bane. And I heard the minister saying by next year or so it will be over. I beg to disagree with my good friend. It is not the fault of Neco. Parents are the number one culprits, followed by the schools and the miracle centers, the school that organize Expo and collect extra money to bribe those who are coming to supervise. In my constituency, we still have that problem. When I want to pay WAEC or Neco for students, they give me 3 times the cost. And I call Dantani and say, how much are you charging for Neco? It is almost 1/3 what the school is charging. When you investigate, oh no, the rest is to organize the exam. And I think that's what the problem is. The security forces need to wake up. Parents need to take themselves seriously and their children seriously. Neco is doing an excellent job. They've done the technology, they train people, they secure the scripts, they have the logistics arranged. They are more efficient than many of the travel agencies that put 300 buses on the road. But if the school itself and the management of the school and the sanctions are not serious, we'll keep having exam malpractice. And I think it's a conversation which we'll have at another. Therefore, I believe we do need more sanctions, as I have said, to deter exam sheets, and this may drag collaborators on all fronts into the punishment net. So I'm thinking here of punishment net that will include even the parents of the student who was caught cheating. Oh yes. Drastic situations require drastic responses, unless you don't want to solve the problem. This book is recommended to all Nigerians and friends of progress. I wish Neco many, many more years ahead, and happy 25th anniversary. Thank you very much for the opportunity to review the book.
Thank you very much, Professor. Famous columnist Dare Babarinsa once described lecturers in ABU thus: there were those who teach what they were not paid to teach. Professor Julius Ihewere, Dr. Sadiq, late Bala Usman, late Professor Femi Odekwile, and the rest, and late Tahir of Bauchi, the Telbom Bauchi, were the people in reference. So it's not a surprise that the professor is still speaking in that radical form. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this professor of political science, lecturer at the famous ABU Zaria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's been our book reviewer who has dissected and given us the ingredients that it carries. History will be made today. We were not there when the idea births, but today we sit in testimony of that idea. Call it a metaphor of words. Consider it an irony of reality. But we all know that this is a dream that has come to fruition. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not heavy, put your hands together for yourselves. Because thus far, you are the real invitees, because you stayed through the program. May we, at this point, rise to the ceremony of unveiling the book that has just been reviewed by the Professor Ruth. How do we go about this? Of course, the chairman of the occasion will call him out first.
Indeed, Haruna, and with your kind permission, Your Excellency, would like you to lead other delegates, highly distinguished guests who are here, talking about our chairman of today's event, who is here represented by Ambassador Zubairu Dada, CUN. Sir, Your Excellency,
You
would like you to lead the delegation.
Yes, followed by the Vice President, the Governor.
Let's have the Deputy Governor.
Former, the Board Chair, former Minister of Education, Professor Julius, you also lead us. Erudite Professor Obanya, please, you lead, join us. The Army General, please, the two of you lead, join us.
Our Royal
Highness, our Royal Highnesses, please, you join us. Dr. Sadiq, please.
This is a historic moment, and of course, this is one that is being celebrated, talking about the Silver Jubilee of the National Examinations Council.
History in the making, if it hasn't just been hushed. Okay, I think I should be the one doing this, not you.
I think dignitaries will have to move to where the book will be unveiled. And then I hand over the microphone to, of course, the occasion to lead the unveiling.
Mokris Media, are you doing any surprise? Is there any lightning?
Sorry? Okay, right.
Mokris, are you unleashing anything?
The representative of the Vice President, other distinguished invited guests, I have the singular honor on your behalf to unveil the books for presentation to the public. There we go. I guess we would...
History made. You share copies, everyone will hold, then we'll come back to the stage. "25 years captured in print, to be devoured by our voracious readers. It tells the story of an institution that birthed 25 years ago. Today, we are all witnesses to it, unveiling years of greatness, 25 years. Like Professor Jerinde said, in the next 25 years, where will you be? May we all witness the next 25 years. I'm sure others will not say amen, but for us, should we say amen? I know we'll go say amen. Okay. Sir, you need to open up a little so that the generals can... Okay, ma'am, this way. Yes, more, sir. Okay, more. Excellent. Okay.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 25 years of the Council's establishment, building resilience, making waves for transformational growth. Congratulations to the National Examinations Council.
We are glad to be witnesses to such a great day. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You may now go back to your seats.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Your
you.
Excellencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
We don't know if the book is for free, but our registrar will let us know if the book is for free.
Careful. I think I should, okay.
Your Excellencies, if we're not asking too much from you, the cutting of the themed cake will be the next item. So we crave your indulgence. Don't be in a hurry to go back to your seats so that we can have the cutting of the symbolic cake.
I want to sleep, but the resilience in the room will not let me. I want to rest, but the energy in the room will not let me. Who sleeps and rests with such an array of personalities, committed participants and invitees? This is the story that was foretold 25 years ago by our founding fathers of an institution born out of a generation rising from a nation. This is the National Examinations Council, the mother of assessment in Nigeria and beyond. Professor Wushishi, today indeed should be your birthday, ladies and gentlemen. If you agree with me, can we put our hands together for Neco at 25?
Congratulations. Happy 25th anniversary.
Congratulations, Professor Jerinde. Congratulations, Professor Wushishi. The intersection between the pioneer and the existing. What a symphony. Congratulations.
We should sing happy birthday.
Let her
we should sing
handle
happy birthday. Mommy, can you lead?
Yes, Mommy wants to lead a song celebrating such a day.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Neco. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you, dear Neco? How old are you? You are 25 today. You are 25 today. You are 25 years today. You are 25 today.
Congratulations.
We wish you many happy returns of today.
Thank you.
Long life and continuous good assessment. Hip, hip,
hooray! Thank you, our own Celine Dion, the professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sit down, have your seat. We have something special for you. It's a riddle. It will happen in a short while. Mokris, if you're ready, can we have what you have for us? Ladies and gentlemen, let's see at the other side of what you see. Thank you.
Can we have the audio, please? This is just a short documentary.
Dreams were alive. Hope was everywhere. But beneath the surface, the system was under strain.
Congratulations to Neco at 25.
Neco is truly a family.
With the commitment of our staff.
I think we've come of age, and then we have
shown the world what we can do, what we can do.
There was a time in Nigeria when education stood at a crossroads. Classrooms were filled with eager minds, dreams were alive, hope was everywhere. But beneath the surface, the system was under strain.
There are fundamental issues that led to the establishment of Neco. That has to do with inability of the examination body that was handling examination at the SSC level at that time could not cope up with the volume of candidates. So there were a lot of cases of leakages, cases of malpractice. And there have been outcry for Nigeria to have its own examination body. This culminated in the establishment of Neco in 1999 as a result of the approval given by the National Council on Education under the then head of state, General Abubakar.
The creation of Neco in 1999 was bold, but it was not without resistance. For many, the idea of a new national examination body raised more questions than answers.
At the time we have to tell WAEC, please WAEC, we have not come to you. We have not come to fight you.
It was obvious to us that we are out for a challenge, so to speak, acceptability, credibility with the Nigerian population. Yes, they say change, people are averse to change. And so people who were more used to the older establishment, which one is Neco, where are they coming from and all that. And so that issue of being accepted by the populace. But then we brought in innovation.
People thought we could not achieve anything. So that there were a lot of critics. What can Neco do? They do only small community exam, they do only small basic exam. SSC, no, they can't do it. And people felt that it's only WAEC or other foreign countries can write SSC exam. But we enter with courage.
Neco was stepping into a space that was already established and deeply scrutinized. At the heart of this new beginning were visionary leaders who laid the foundation for what Neco would become.
The then registrar was a member of board of WAEC, so he knows all these loopholes.
I want to say that I experienced a lot of attack from WAEC, but I stood my stand. I remember there was a paper publication, 3-page publication paid for by WAEC, why Neco should not be. I went to judge. For every issue they raised, I also raised my counter issue. So the following morning around 6 a.m., I went straight to where Baba Christopher, the panel was meeting. Sir, this paper, I saw it yesterday. This is what WAEC wrote. This is my response. The chairman said, this man means business. I meant business.
Under the pioneering leadership of Professor Dibu Ojerinde, the first registrar and chief executive, and the guidance of the council's founding governing board chairman, Honorable Duerimini I. Kekemeke, Neco began the critical task of building a credible and enduring institution. Together with a committed team, they set the tone, establishing structures, defining standards, and driving a vision rooted in integrity, professionalism, and national purpose.
So number one, what we did, how do we construct, how do we generate our items? How secured will our question paper be, which we are going to examine the system? How are we going to conduct this examination? How do we distribute this question so that once the question is out, from wherever we are bringing it out, that question paper will expire within the next 1 or 2 hours. From wherever we bring it out to supervisors, to the examination hall, within the next 2 hours, the examination is over.
To maintain credibility, Neco had to confront persistent challenges, from examination malpractice to operational inefficiencies. In response, reforms were introduced to strengthen transparency, accountability, and quality control.
So we instituted a lot of measures to cover examination malpractice, introducing security gadgets to cover impersonation. For example, we have to do biometric, and on a photo card we introduce barcode where candidate enters examination hall with his photo card. Then an invigilator also can just use Android phone to scan the barcode to see the face of the child and the candidate's details. So we have introduced so many measures in this regard, and that's why we consistently record low cases of examination malpractice, examination by examination.
When we told the principals that we will release the results online, he said, "How can? It is not possible." I said, "It is possible." And I want to say with full sense of responsibility and the pride that Neco was the first body to release examination results online in this country.
The National Examinations Council, Neco, has established a new examination center in London, the United Kingdom, bringing to 8 the number of Neco examination centers in the diaspora.
Neco is being conducted in about 9 countries, apart from Nigeria. We have our exam being conducted in Benin Republic, Togo, Niger Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Cote d'Ivoire, United Kingdom, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we are still counting. Very soon, Egypt will join us.
At the helm of this enduring institution is its current registrar and chief executive, Professor Dantani Ibrahim Wushishi, whose leadership reflects commitment to continuity, integrity, and innovation, guiding Neco as it builds on 25 years of impact while preparing for the future of educational assessment.
The future of Council is very bright, and it's a testament to its achievements.
I am inaugurating this Scantron inside 1500C.
As the world evolved, so did Neco. Technology became a key driver of transformation. Neco embraced innovation to enhance speed, accuracy, and transparency.
We bring International E-Assessment Association. We are one of the pioneers in the formation of that association, which was formed about 3-4 years in the United Kingdom. And you could observe that for the first time, we had trial tested the use of CVE, and also for this 2026 SSC examination, we are going to do at least 30 to 50% of the examination will be CVE. And we have introduced a lot of IT solutions in our operations.
Beyond systems and structures, its leadership places strong emphasis on people, investing in staff development, encouraging professionalism, and fostering a culture of excellence across the institution.
Staff welfare is adequately taken care of to help them, to motivate them to work harder for the growth of the Council.
Through continuous training and development, Neco equips its staff to meet the demands of a dynamic and evolving assessment system.
The diligence of the staff, the fairness of the staff, and the commitment they put into the work that they do, so that the Nigerian child has what he needs to go further in his life career.
Then working with Neco has opened my eyes to the fact that in Neco, the future of the Nigerian child is redefined.
Working with the council has given me opportunity as a young star to showcase my talents, and I've garnered a lot of experience while working with Neco. In fact, my experience is enormous. I do not know where
I will have worked in this country where I will have this opportunity.
They normally say promotion is not a motivation, so to say, but the truth is, it is. Now, after putting in a lot to ensure that your beat, the schedule you are given goes seamlessly. At the end of 3 years or 4 years, as the case may be, when you are due for promotion, upon excellent performance, staff are promoted.
For 25 years, it has been the dedication of its people that has sustained the vision. Neco at 25, a legacy of trust, a future of excellence.
Happy 25th year anniversary.
I wish Neco a more prosperous, peaceful, resourceful years ahead.
Happy 25 years anniversary to Neco.
We will see the next maybe 50th anniversary by the special grace of God.
Happy 25th anniversary to National Examinations Council.
Thank you so much, Nigerians, Nigerian children, parents, stakeholders in education. Happy 25 years of the National Examinations Council. Thank you.
I think the council deserves another round of applause. Indeed, 25 years has been a journey. And at this point, we'll have to invite, okay, if you look at your program, it's supposed to be the Honorable Minister of State for Education to take the vote of thanks. Okay, just before that, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, let's have a spice of our culture. We've had talks, let's feel what it feels like to be rooted in culture while having this transformation we're talking about. Please, let's welcome the cultural troupe for a brief performance.
The Kwape International Troupe, a blend of creativity, artistry, and gymnastics. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Kwape Troupe from Niger. Abubakar and ending with the Bagadoji. 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 Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the products of the creativity of the people of the power state of Niger. If you're from Niger, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Ruth, what do we have next?
All right, at this point, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, let's make welcome representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmed. She's here, going to be represented by Mrs. Obianoju Nigbogu. She's the Director, Educational Planning, Research and Development from the Ministry of Education to take us on the vote of thanks. Please, a warm round of applause for her. Thank you.
Can you? You need a hand? I need. I need. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's supposed to be people announce that paper.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, it is my singular honor and privilege to stand before you to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmed, at this illustrious Silver Jubilee anniversary of the National Examination Council, Neco. First, our heartfelt gratitude to General Abdusalim Abubakar, retired, the former head of state, ably represented, for serving as chairman of the occasion. Your leadership and unwavering commitment to national service inspire us all. Our profound appreciation goes to His Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, also represented, for your steadfast support of educational advancement and for joining us on this milestone. We are deeply grateful to the Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Abbas Tajuddin, represented, for honoring us as guest speaker and for delivering the anniversary lecture that will undoubtedly steer our educational policies and assessment practices toward greater excellence. Our immense gratitude and appreciation also goes to a distinguished academic and public servant, the Right Honorable Professor Julius Ihovere, House Majority Leader, House of Representatives, for an expert review of the book on the 25th years of Neco. Our thanks to the keynote speaker, Emeritus Professor Pai Obayan, for sharing profound insights and a clarion call to reimagining assessment, learning, and national development in our educational system. To all His Excellencies, the executive governors of Niger State and all other governors being represented, we extend our sincere appreciation for your continued partnership and dedication to the advancement of education in our states. It is my singular honor to also appreciate the royal fathers of the day, His Excellencies, Dr. Alhaji Yahya Abubakar, CFR, the Esunupe, Chairman, Niger State Council of Traditional Rulers. To our distinguished guests, Dr. Mafu A. Rakomati, Chief Executive Officer of Umalusi from South Africa, we express our deep gratitude for your international partnership, sharing of best practices, and for honoring Neco with your presence and insights. To all other distinguished invited guests, your participation has enriched the events and underscored the global relevance of our national examination system. We are sincerely grateful for your time, expertise, and encouragement. To the staff of Neco, the organizers, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, your dedication made this milestone possible. We celebrate not only the Silver Jubilee, but also the teamwork that sustains our educational mission. Allow me to reaffirm the ministry's commitment to continuous improvement in assessment, fairness, accessibility, and relevance to the needs of our learners and the nation. The conversations, collaborations, and partnerships fostered here will propel Neco and our education system towards even greater impacts in the years ahead. In closing, may I once again extend heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished guests for honoring Neco with your presence. May this Silver Jubilee inspire renewed dedication to the pursuit of educational excellence to all Nigeria children. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for the representative of the Honorable Minister of State for the vote of thanks. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, just a quick announcement. The number plate Lagos AGL 201FU, please, your attention is needed outside. Your car is causing an obstruction, and please just cooperate with them. Thank you.
And also, we will be having our lunch in this order. All the VIPs will move to that very aisle. There's a table set for us. This will include our VVIPs, vice chancellors, head of agencies, directors Neco, retired directors Neco, state coordinators, deputy directors, and HODs in that very hall. While behind the remaining people will now move to the lobby. Your table is set. And also, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we'll call out our dignitaries this time around to this place for a group photograph. It's outside. Okay, please, this way. This way.
Please, before you leave for lunch, we have to take the national anthem. I can see people already leaving, proceeding to the foyer for lunch.
This way, sir. This way, please. The group photograph. Here.
Let's take the national anthem, please. Let's be upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you.
The DJ, sound my national anthem, please, after the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Sound. Son, are you ready? Oh. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Remember, by 5 tonight, there will be the gala and award night for all staff and, of course, our invited dignitaries.
Please group photograph.
HODs and state coordinators, you are asked to wait. Do not join the VVIP again. There's a special arrangement for you. Ladies and gentlemen, what started like a joke route has culminated into a beautiful first phase of the celebrations of Neco at 25.
And just a quick reminder, the red carpet would start at 5 p.m. And of course, the main celebration of dinner and award will commence at 6 p.m. You're all expected to be here on time.
Thank you very much, and God bless you. My name is Abdullahi Haruna. I am with the screen goddess.
Thank you, Haruna. Thank you.
You didn't tell us your name now.